Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Superior Adventures Guild, and happy Hocktober. To use a phrase that's been getting thrown around quite a bit, it is Virtual Greyhawk Con, and we are excited to be here. Look at these wonderful people that I've assembled for this game. Thank you all for jumping in and getting in on this action. I really do appreciate that. We've got a couple of announcements before we get started. So first and foremost, I want to give a shout out to Jay, Lord Gazumba, for organizing another fantastic Virtual Greyhawk Con. I've been having a lot of fun. I know the folks that you see on the screen here have been having a great time as well. We've been talking about our adventures. I want to thank also all of the DMs and all of the players who have gotten involved with the streamed and offline games. Hopefully you're all having as much fun as we are. I bet you are. Greyhawk is such a great place to play. Thank you to the people who have supported in various roles to make this happen, and specifically the folks that have been organizing the streams, troubleshooting, and making sure everything runs smoothly. It has been very smooth, at least from my experience, and I'm really thankful for that. If you like what's going on here at Guild Superior, please consider supporting us through a follow. We are dangerously close to 1,000 followers, and I usually don't say this, but maybe we can get there today with your help. Who knows? So think about that. Really appreciate you. Now, I would be remiss if I didn't mention a couple of other shout outs. First of all, I want to shout out Anna B. Meyer. Anna, your maps, which you can kind of see a portion of behind us on the screen. Your maps have been so inspiring and influential on my gameplay and creativity. So I really appreciate what you do, and I hope you continue to do that. If you have an opportunity to go support Anna's Patreon, please do. They have an awesome thing going, and it's a huge contribution to the community. I also want to shout out the contributions that are going on over at Greycast, which is a great podcast, which I'm sure most of you are familiar with, but also a big fan of what Wiley Hobbit and Mateus are doing over there. A lot of good lore. I want to say thank you to Trollord Games for the donations of giveaways for this particular stream. !drawing if you want to get in on that giveaway. I'll put that in the chat here so you know how to do it. And two other things. I actually had to write them down because there's so many. Tabletop Games. So Tabletop Games is a service, a creator who crafts amazing music that we use in our games. I want to just say thank you to them for that effort. Really appreciate it. And if you have an opportunity to go check them out, please do. I think we have a Bleak Season in the chat who's moderating. Bleak, if you could drop a link to Tabletop, that would be fantastic. They're so damn good. And then finally, I want to shout out to Greyhawk Mike. Greyhawk Mike, also a big inspiration. You'll see a little bit of the tie-in here in just a couple of minutes as we get into the game. Now, before we get into the game, I want to go around the virtual tabletop because we have such awesome people here and have them introduce themselves. Some of them you know, some you might not. But introduce yourself, please. Tell us if there's anything that you want to let people know where they can find you so that they can maybe follow your creative exploits in the future. And then give us an idea of who you're playing tonight. And why don't we start, Ashley, why don't we start with you?
Hey everybody, I'm Ashley. You will find me on the Discords as Minnesota Muse. You can also find me on Blue Sky as Minnesota Muse and on Threads as Minnesota Muse 99. So come and friend me and check me out. I'm usually playing on our Heroes of Greyhawk here on Guild Superior, which is a Tuesday night game. We're taking a little bit of a break. I think we're coming back in November, but it is worth the wait. So come and check us out. We're zany. And tonight, I am playing for you Seraphina Nightshade, who is this dark-haired, kind of a light-eyed, noble background, but she got bored with the noble life and is deciding to turn to exciting life of crime and poisoning. So she is kind of thrown off those noble ties internally, but on the surface she's going to use everything she possibly can. And yeah, she's got poison blade, she makes poison, she is thief, like that kind of stuff.
She makes poison, is thief, and has a great accent as always. Thank you, Ashley, for being here. Appreciate it. So glad to have you involved with Virtual Greyhawk Con this year. Let's jump over to Phantom. Which one you ask? How about 491?
I am Phantom491. You probably see me around the Twitches. I mod for a few creators on here. I also just enjoy D&D, so you'll see me in Orkazumba, occasionally in Deal Superior, and various others. I consider myself streamer support. I'm not a streamer myself, but like I said, streamer support, which I know is very important. It helps the streamers do what they need to do. So tonight I am playing Elara Iceblade, a rock gnome ranger, former pirate trying to seek redemption for past crimes. So we'll see how that goes.
That's a great introduction. And Dennis, I got to say, I consider you a streamer now. I mean, look at this, you're streaming. So you are, and you do support a lot of folks. So thank you for that. I appreciate that. Hey, you know what? We have 2 phantoms. When was the last time that happened? Ashley, has that ever happened here? I don't think it has.
I don't think it has.
Let's hop over to Rob. Hey, Rob.
Hey, Dave. So yeah, I am Rob Phantom NJ. I am not at the 1,000 mark yet, but I did hit 250 today, which is considering how rarely I get to. Well, the fact that I can't stream on a regular schedule, or I haven't been able to keep the regular schedule. The support is that I've gotten is everything. You can find me all over the Greyhawk community. I'm everywhere, man. Yeah. So and today I am playing Thring Greybeard. He's a dwarf in search of ancient weapons. Yes. He's healer. You heal. He's good. Yes. Yes. And we will see how long I can keep this accent up.
Don't worry, I will help you, friend.
Oh,
Comrade.
well, many thanks. Many thanks.
Oh, yeah. You know, Rob, you are kind of like the American Express with the Flynn S. You are everywhere, and I love it. You are you're the hardest working streamer and player, and that's true.
Yeah.
Not yet, but we
Not
know they're watching.
affiliated.
They're always watching. Hey, thanks for the hype train, everybody. Really appreciate that. Let's continue on. Rob, thanks for being here. Let's go over to Docshoulder. Hello.
Dave, how are you? My name's
good.
Bob, Docshoulder. I've been able to play, thankfully with Dave and some other guys on Wiley's channel for a couple of years, which has been great. And we've had a couple months down off, but we're going to start in 2 weeks again. New campaign against the Giants. So running the whole thing. So Wiley is putting the band back together. So it should be fun. So that, and I've gotten to play with Rob for a couple of years on Friday Night Crusades. So it's been a lot of fun with both. Today I am playing Elyndor Trisleth, who is a elf wizard, hails from City of Greyhawk. He is part of the Seekers of the Arcane, which is a group of, I know, scary group of mages that are within the City of Greyhawk that are interested in arcane traditions and items of interest. And he has been searched out by one of them to be able to go and collect some special items that are of interest to the Seekers. And that is what his mission is. And he's collected this group of adventurers to be able to help him do it.
Bob, thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. It's always fun to play with you. And I just want to say thanks also real quick before we move on to Shiv. Thanks to Damn Weirdo for the gift subs. Super generous. Another person who supports so many different folks that are content creators out here. So thank you for that, Damn Weirdo. Really, really appreciate that. Let's go. Last but certainly not least, from across the pond, my man Shiv.
Hello everybody. Yes, I'm Shiv, and you can find me everywhere at IOShiv. I am the Guild Superior utility player, called in last minute to fill the void, but I'm here. I'm ready to go, and I should be playing Ulfar Frostclaw, a human fighter who is a bit down on his luck, owes some money to some very nefarious characters, but is also one hell of a guide. So let's see how he gets on with this ragtag group of adventurers.
Heck yeah. Thanks for being here, Shiv. Really appreciate it. Always fun to play with you, both as a DM, but also as a player in your games too. So spoiler alert,
Yeah.
Shiv's going to be joining us in just a few weeks in November for a fundraising event, a week-long charity event that we are teaming up with Phoenixy Wacky on to support Games for Love. So if you're interested in learning more about that, please follow the channel, follow us on Twitter for updates on that. But we will definitely be looking for folks to get involved and support that effort as well. So thank you so much for that. I'm trying to think if there's any additional announcements. I'll also tease that we have a new game starting up, a Shadowrun game coming up in next week, the 19th of October it begins. So you're going to want to also check that out. I get to play in Shadowrun, which I've never done before. So anyhow, that is all of the announcements that we have, other than the fact that if you do want to influence the game or have an impact by helping out the party, we do have advantage points that you can use bits to grant to the player of your choice. I saw that we already had some come in. It looks like all of you have one advantage from Lord Gazumba. Thank you, Jay. And 3 came in from Bleak. Bleak, I wasn't able to catch who those go to, so if you want to post that here in the Twitch chat, that'd be fantastic. Thanks everybody for the support and the hype train. We really appreciate that. Okay, that's a lot. That was a lot of announcements and stuff. What do you guys say? Should we start getting into this game? Let's do it.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it. Yeah. So I'm going to bring up a quick map here. Oh, thanks, Bleak. Everybody else has a second advantage. Thank you so much for that. All right, so I'm going to put a map up here. You're going to recognize this map. Anna, this is one of your maps, or a portion of your map. This game is taking place around 579 of the Common Year, and our adventure is going to take place up here on the Taival Tundra. So you can see sort of the extent of the area. I'm going to give a little bit additional background here, but that should give us a little bit of an idea of where this game is taking place. Now, the party has certainly traveled a long distance. I'm illuminating that path right now as they've traveled to get to the location where we're going to really start sort of in media res with the adventure kicking off. Through a series of harrowing events that will remain obscured by the icy mists of a prelude, our party finds themselves a long, long way from home. Each of them has their own motivations for the expedition. Each of them, hold on, let me put up some music. Here we go. Each of them has their own motivations for this adventure and their role in it. Despite the challenges ahead, they have a strong desire to uncover the mysteries of their quests. So too does each member of this ill-fated expedition have their own motivations for endeavoring to travel in response to rumors, legends, the promise of great wealth, the promise of great power. Perhaps they'll reveal these motivations in time. We'll see. Now, you've traveled a considerable distance, as you can see from the map. Elyndor, Trisleth, as an example, has come, as Bob alluded to, from the faraway free city of Greyhawk. You've got financial backing from a powerful patron, a seeker of the arcane. You've traveled first to Rookroost, and then on to Vlekstad, which is a rough and tumble port in White-Fanged Bay. Let me slide this over here and ping a little bit. So Vlekstad is here. We can zoom in a little bit on that to give you a little bit of an idea of where that is.
By the way, we all have 5 advantages now.
My good God.
What?
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
you're
we're going to
awesome.
survive this
Okay.
one.
They're like, let's get to it.
Dan Weirdo heard, is ill-fated. He says, no, fated.
Kid X Tundra, Tundra, this is the place for you. So Elyndor, you've traveled from the free city of Greyhawk through Rookroost and eventually to Vlekstad, which is this rough and tumble port on White-Fanged Bay. Here, Elyndor, you met with a contact named Karsten Meldraith, who confirmed the rumors from the Taival Tundra and aided you with final preparations for a voyage. At this point in Vlexstad, you were joined by a dwarven cleric named Thrain Greybeard, eager to book passage to the remote expanse of the Taival. It seems that rumors and legends of dangerous events have made their way all the way to the Griff Mountains and inspired those with curious interests and perhaps obsessions. Others joined your call, Elyndor, for hardy adventurers. Seraphina Nightshade, for example, a treasure seeker from the south, as well as Elara Iceblade, a gnomish ranger with experience on the icy seas of the Icy Sea. And then there's the Cruski warrior, Ulfar Frostclaw, knowledgeable of the barbarian realms, their customs and life ways, a guide of sorts, who's all too eager to join the expedition out of Vlexstad. And this, my friends, is your party. So I'm going to zoom out a little bit. You've sailed out of Vlexstad on the Fervent Scop, which is a two-masted brigantine ship. And the weather has been conducive to a relatively safe travel. It's been the better part of 3 weeks at sea, taking refuge in protected coves and whaling villages along the way. And I don't know, some of you perhaps have a love of sailing or a love of the oceans. Certainly Elara, but perhaps that has been beaten out of you after 3 rugged weeks. If you did not share the love of sailing, perhaps this trip has been rather brutal. Now, along the way, at the end of your sailing destination, I should say, you find yourself in a region of the Taival Tundra known as Atlaland. Now, this is where I want to just give another shout out to Greyhawk Mike for drawing this map. I don't know how long ago it was drawn, or I know just a little bit behind the story behind it, but it is a wonderful map and certainly helped to get my creative juices flowing, so thank you for that.
Look at all those little tiny trees on there.
Mike spent a lot of time with this thing, and it was
amazing.
Yeah, there's a story behind this. There's definitely a story. If you have an opportunity to go over to Greyhawkery at some point and support Mike, please do. Great blog post, super awesome, and always an inspiration. So you've arrived in a region called Atlaland, and this is on the Thilonrian Peninsula, which is also known as Rizia in the Cold Tongue. Does anybody know what that means in the Cold Tongue, Rizia? Immovable. These people of this Taival Tundra, the barbarian clans, are immovable. They are powerful, they are fierce, and they have settled some of the most inhospitable reaches of the Flenas, at least in the northeastern regions. This is a coastal region, broad fjords that are sort of trapped between the Icy Sea and the Crusk Mountains. Hunting, fishing, and whaling are the main economic drivers. There's shipbuilding, piracy, raiders abound. There's also a history of mining in the foothills of this broad mountain range to the south, the Crusk Mountains. Cold Tongue, as you probably guessed, is the native language, and this is the land of fierce tribes and frost giants and boreas and other evils that lurk, as we'll find out, beneath the tundra. Now, in this remote port of Lanshan, which is up at the north part of this map, you have made landfall. You hired a pair of guides, setting out by dog sled towards your destination, which is a small village of Mir, which is down here where the icon is pointing at. Rumors have led you here. These rumors are of a legendary predator referred to in the Cold Tongue as Frostfang. Those of you who might have a more learned background would know perhaps that this creature has been given a variety of different names in different stories from this region. The Pale White Death, the Harbinger of the Great Winter are two of those names. Known as an abominable evil that is said to lurk beneath the frozen wastelands, emerging to devour and destroy. So regardless of whatever you want to call this legend and this lore, we know for one thing that a beast has laid waste to the village of Varnir and the outlying homesteads around Mir. And you have been given a simple set of instructions. And this is essentially coming from Elyndor, who is the leader and the financer of this expedition. Make contact with the Jarl in Mir, a man named Uller Ironhand. Investigate the rumors of this Frostfang. Seek out the beast's lair, put it down. Recover any powerful items that you may discover along the way. And that might have particular meaning to some of you. Onward you travel across this desolate expanse, and you're on these curious wooden sleds that have bladed runners underneath them, being pulled by dogs. You've got two Cruski guides, sisters bound by ice and blood and clad in these thick furs. They know the land. The fact of their knowledge and survival skills is quite apparent. Each night, for example, on the journey from Lanshan to Mir, you spend the night in these nearly invisible to the eye, sod-covered huts, huddled around fires, listening to the howl of wolves in the distance and the growl of the dogs tethered outside. Each day is a trial of endurance. You follow this narrow route along a thunderous river that serves as the only really discernible feature in this flat, snow-covered landscape. In the south, you see the broad mountain range at times when the clouds part long enough to make out its profile. Perhaps you see beauty in this place, perhaps not. That's up to you. But regardless, after 4 days of journey, you end up in Mir. And after a long-winded introduction, you find yourself in a humble village defended by earthen ramparts and about a dozen able-bodied Cruski warriors under the banner of the Jarl. And as the moon rises on that day, you and your gear are unloaded before a wooden longhouse. You can feel the warmth. You can smell the food, the scent of wood smoke as well, roasted meats beckoning you inside. You pay the sisters what is owed. One of them enters the longhouse momentarily before gesturing for you all to enter. Now, as we do, I would like to go to each of you. I would like you to please describe your character for us. What do they look like? How do they present themselves? And despite what you may or may not have shared along this journey, reveal to us a little bit about their motivations for endeavoring to undertake this perilous adventure. And I would like to start with Elyndor.
So, Elyndor, when in terms of appearance, is 5'10", average height, relatively slim, but wiry. Is in traditional kind of robes that you'd see a typical mage wearing, but clearly has gear for winter. So it's not just something that you would see in a more formal setting. So this is gear that he's prepared to be able to adventure within. He carries a long staff. He has over his shoulder a small backpack that he carries his gear that he requires for his spells, as well as his spell book. And he otherwise is relatively nondescript. While he's an elf, and that's obviously what his race is, that he could probably blend in with whatever group of humans or other similar humanoids, because his growing up in City of Greyhawk is different than him growing up in other areas of the Flanness, where he might have more traditional elven wear. His goal is really was to put together this group for twofold. One was to obviously identify this beast that is torturing this village, but behind that, he has other motives to be able to potentially collect some very valuable magic items for the Seekers of the Arcane, who are the ones who are funding this expedition.
Thank you, Elyndor, for that great introduction. As you step inside, your eyes adjust, and we'll come to what you see in just a minute. I'd like to go next to Thrain. Thrain Greybeard.
Yes.
What do we see?
Thrain is a dwarf of some stature. He's got the gray beard as well, a dwarf of his age, and he's not going to tell you his age. His skin complexion is finally turning back from the gray it was over the course of the voyage, because dwarf on boat, no, not that long. But after the overland journey, ruddy complexion returned, and his drinking back down to half keg per day. Yes, he's very, very fascinated with magical swords or magical weapons, and Cruski known to have special weapons, some lost to time, some maybe just lost, and he hoped to find, and well, chance to find, sign him up. And well, he also performed healing on behalf of his god. His shield has an anvil embossed on it, because Moradin is good god for a dwarf, yes. And well, he spent some time in the forge himself, and forged in battle, and he also rambled along a bit, but that's okay.
He's a storyteller, if nothing else. And you two, Thrain, enter into the longhouse and to the warmth and hopefully a meal. But before we get there, let's bounce over to Seraphina.
All right. Seraphina is a human with dark hair and light eyes. She is covered in weapons. Like, she has a short sword on one hip. She's got a wicked-looking dagger on the other hip. She's got a dagger hilt sticking out of her winged boots. And she's got a bow and arrow strapped to her back. She looks like she is very excited to be here in a dark kind of way. She's a treasure hunter, so she is out to find precious things and just kind of an adrenaline junkie. So she could have stayed at home at her nice life, but instead she is out in the wilderness discovering treasures, fighting rare beasts.
I'm curious, Seraphina, would you have shared any of the information about why you're on this expedition, or what happened back in wherever you're from?
She probably would have gone on about how boring it is to be, like living in the upper class, like, oh, so beneath me. I'm really an adventurer at heart. And like, I like to wrestle beasts with my bare hands, and also you've probably heard many times her say something about, like, does poison go bad? Because we've been on this ship a really long time. Does it get more poisony or less? Just concerning comments like that.
She's way too into poison, guys. I'd be careful. Awesome. Thank you so much, Seraphina. You as well step inside to the warmth, and we'll go over to Elara Iceblade next. Dennis, you're muted. Sorry. There we go. Nope. There it is.
Okay, sorry about that.
No worries.
Elara, a little rock gnome, wind-tossed hair, wearing a white cloak to blend in with the icy area. Little history about her: she was with some pirates that used to raid this area, and one of the last raids she went on before she saw the era raised was on a Cruski village in this area, and she just did not agree with what the captain did. Even though a lot of her fellow crewmates went along with it, she kind of held back. So, after the raid was over, she decided not to return to the ship and has ever since been seeking a way to pay back the Cruskies for her part of the atrocities that was committed against them. Therefore, she saw this as a good chance, rid of a beast that's attacking the Crusky village, as a way to earn her reputation back. So that's why she's here, so to try to make it better.
A goodly motivation. I like this. How unique. All right, so Elara also steps inside, joining the others. And finally, perhaps taking one deep breath of the cold winter air, we see Ulfar.
Yes, you see Ulfar Frostclaw, a tall man, fairly well built for these kind of conditions. He's in leather armor with furs. He has a long, heavily braided salt and pepper beard, which is heavily frosted by now. He has like half a helm on, but under there you can see he's got like longish, sort of brownish hair. And yeah, he holds a spear, a very good-looking spear at that. And he has a shield slung across his back. And he's just ready to get paid, because that's what he's here for. He sees this as a job. He owes some money to some very nefarious characters, and he wants that cash.
Wow, I think
he's
there's
not very good at cards.
There's a whole backstory there, I believe, about why he owes so much money to such terrible people.
Yep, he's not the best at cards, but he tries his best.
I understand that. I'm the same way. All right, so Ulfar, you also enter in, and one by one, you are enveloped by the first true warmth that you've probably felt in weeks. You can smell the food, and the dim light kind of welcomes you, and as you look around, you see that there is a massive hearth that dominates the wall, and it's almost like you're drawn to this hearth because of the heat beckoning you forwards. The flames are dancing a bit in the hearth, and there's shadows being cast across the room. You see this long wooden table that runs down the center of this longhouse, which is essentially just one big long room. It's a sturdy table, and it's adorned with table runners that have intricately sewn tapestries and cluttered with well-crafted wooden dishes and tankards, and there's food on the table, and you can smell more food cooking. Looking around, you see trophies and relics of mounted game, animal heads, intricately crafted weapons, shields that bear the scars of conflicts, furs and pelts aplenty should you seek to warm yourself even further. And you can see at the far end, there's this elevated wooden platform, and there's a ornate wooden throne upon it, and there sits a man in that. He is large, probably as large as Ulfar, towering, imposing, deep-set eyes, silvery gray hair, and a long braided beard, as is the sort of the tradition. And there's some dangling lanterns that illuminate the light. And a woman, elegantly dressed in warm furs and a long dress. She moves towards you with this kind of grace, her long auburn hair kind of flowing, a little bit of silvers or threads of silver perhaps in her hair, and she has a cloak of dark wolf fur draped upon her shoulders. Welcome, come in, you'll catch your death. I am Lady Astrid Ironhand, and we have been expecting you. Please, make yourselves comfortable. There's food, there's warmth. We have much to discuss, I imagine. You must have many questions, but first, satiate yourself with some food and some drink. And you can see that there are pitchers of mead, and she, maybe even being the lady of this place, has no qualms about going over and grabbing a goblet and filling it up and handing you each, as if you should choose to accept a goblet of mead.
Rough, no turn down goblet of mead. Is nice sauna you have here. And with that, he starts shaking his and squeezing his beard to get the snow out of it, because despite the fact that he is not bothered by the cold, being wet is a different thing altogether. And when you've been first at sea getting mist blown at you, and then over land, Yes, no, that he's not comfortable, and he's like slapping at his beard, and finally he's figures that's enough and drinks down the cup of mead in one gulp.
Serafina
He's
will
nice.
also accept the mead. Thank you for your hospitality.
Of course, of course. Please, anything that we have is yours. We appreciate your arrival, and we have anticipated greatly for weeks. It's unfortunate that perhaps you didn't arrive sooner, but more of that later, please. Make yourselves comfortable. The mead, by the way, is quite delicious. And there is plenty of it.
Tips a whole goblet down and just put it on the table. He sat on this bench, like puts his feet on the table. He's like, this is the life.
So when she goes back to the bar to get some more tankards of ale, Elyndor kind of slides away right next to her, kind of relatively kind of staying so that the others don't really notice her or him doing this, and kind of quietly asks her about her husband to see whether he's around, if he's specifically he wants to get down to business. So he asks her, have you seen, is Ular here? Is he here to be able to give us our orders with regards to how we're going to proceed?
As you ask that question off to the side, she nods and she fills up a goblet of mead, handing it to you, and she says, he is at the far end of the hall. He will be here shortly. Ular, I believe they are ready to speak with you. And you look down and you can see beyond the hearth, there's, as I mentioned, a wooden throne, and this man sits upon it, and he stands up, and you can kind of tell perhaps he's weary. Maybe his bones creak a little bit. Perhaps the time has caught up with him slightly. And you get the sense that both he and Lady Astrid are, they're getting a little bit more advanced in their age, perhaps. But he walks towards the group and grabs a goblet of mead and raises it to you. And welcome, travelers. It's good to have you here. I see that you have traveled far, and it has taken a long time, but we have heard word of your arrival. Please sit for a meal and let us discuss at your leisure whatever questions you might have. I would be happy to answer them, for we believe that you will be able to help us with our situation. Please. And he gestures towards the table.
So tell me about this magical beast that that you want us to deal with.
Yes. Sit, please. Frostfang, the harbinger of the cold winter. Yes, there are many legends that tell of the Frostfang. Some of them fanciful, others perhaps more in line with reality, but it is said that there is a malevolent druid who, in a quest for godhood, delved too deep into the forbidden realms of dark magic in order to summon forth some sort of guardian or weapon, perhaps, that would protect he and his lineage, their resting place, and perhaps whatever treasures lie within. You see many of these chieftains and their advisors, as this druid was, seek to hide their wealth amongst the hills, especially powerful and dangerous wealth. They say this creature is forged from the very essence of ice and shadow.
Wealth, you say?
Great wealth. Of course, this was long ago, so the stories, whether they be true or mere legend, it's unclear, but certainly we have experienced terrible violence at the hand of some terrible beast ravaging Varnir to the east and the homesteads around Mir.
It's interesting. We used to tell story to dwarf children to make them behave. Though not too young, because then they don't sleep, and well, you know, sleeping child or a child no sleep, parents no sleep. It's no good for anyone. But you say Frostfang real? Interesting.
Many had thought, perhaps, as you suggest, that this was a legend, a story told to children to instill some healthy respect for the wilderness. But the elders that I've spoken with recall stories, and many believe the Frostfang to be real and to have arisen once again.
Can you
Is,
tell me anything about the manner of attack this thing has? You said that it has ravaged several villages. So has anyone survived? Have you seen marks? Like, does it use claws or perhaps freezes victims? What should we expect?
This creature has a chilling breath and razor-sharp claws. It is said to be 2, 3, 4 times as large as a man. Villagers have gone missing, he says, and he kind of lowers his head a little bit and pauses for a minute. Then he grabs a tankard of mead and takes a large sip, and when he pulls the tankard away, there's mead kind of like running down his big beard, and he kind of sops it up a little bit. The homesteaders, many have been found murdered, as if by some beast, torn limb from limb, partially devoured. Their hovels, splintered doors, shattered walls, the unmistakable stench of blood.
So,
Elyndor asks, oh, go ahead, Rob.
I was gonna say, so like polar bear with bad breath and bad attitude. Then
That is what we thought at first. There are creatures, including frost giants and others, who might perpetrate these types of violence against our people, but in the wake of the attacks, those who did survive have recounted a massive creature, hulking and dangerous. Eerie symbols upon the snow and the walls. Arcane glyphs of some kind. There are whispers amongst the rest of the villagers here, and we are not many, that these are some sort of sigil of warning, perhaps.
Well, I'm excited. Are you excited? She just pounds down her mug of mead on the table.
We have lost many, and I share in the excitement of finding a resolution to this.
Oh, I am going to kill that thing. For sure.
She's very confident.
So
Right.
Elyndor asks them whether or not, if any of his men have had any successes against it temporarily. And if they have they been able to identify any weaknesses of the creature?
There has been very little by way of strategic intelligence around this creature. We sent out an organized patrol to an abandoned iron mine south of Mir. It's been what is it, Astrid? How long has it been? She says, it's been almost 10 days since we sent them abroad. We should have heard word by now. Aye, it is true. We fear them to be lost.
Was there any communication back at all from them or no?
None. We have not sent any of the additional warriors south to the mine because we feel as though they are needed here to protect the village, and should that creature come as it did in Varnir.
So it's clear that south is where you sent the men originally and they then subsequently have been lost.
to the abandoned iron mine.
Elyndor kind of actually is standing while this is going on, but then finds a place next to Thrain. He had met Thrain, I think, originally, before they were getting the group together. So there was a period of time while they were traveling that before the rest of the party had a chance to be able to get together. And during that period of time, he felt like he was someone that he could trust in the process of moving forward, and it's unclear with regards to maybe the intentions of the rest of the party. While they seem to be aligned with what his goals are, in the end, he's worried somewhat with regards to how things may shake out, specifically with regards to his intentions and what his mission is from the Seekers. And so he pulls up next to Thrain and says, my friend, how do you feel about our party? Do you feel like they're fit to be able to help us accomplish our goal?
I think he's okay. That one, and he kind of nods over to Seraphina, just slightly surreptitiously, though being a dwarf, there's very little about him that is subtle. I do worry that she still be choosing which weapon to use when combat is finished, but as long as she can handle them, I think we'd be okay.
And so Elyndor, he nods, and he turns to Thrain and says, I'm more worried about the weapon she plans to use on us.
I know worry about such things. Weapons. She hit, I hit. We see who hit harder.
And then Elyndor asks Thrain, remind me again, for you, when we finish, what is your goal? Where will you go? And what will you do with with the treasures that we acquire?
I just seek to learn. You mentioned the magic weapons, and well, I'd like to study a bit, and we can just study on the way back if we find some. But I am not concerned. It's more knowledge, and well, Forge get kind of hot, and Guildmasters get kind of stuffy. And he seems to be a little bit bitter about that.
So Elyndor is happy with that response. He knows what he wants in terms of, basically, he's more than happy to have whatever transpires occur to achieve what his goal is at the end. And it sounds like Thrain is at least aligned with him. He's unclear the rest of the party at this point. So he kind of puts his face back into his beer and drinks and listens further to Ular describe potentially the next steps for us.
Seraphina will walk over to Elyndor and just pat him on the back heartily and say, don't worry, friend. You only have to pay the ones that survive.
Elyndor kind of looks again, just like, okay, all right, and doesn't really say much. Again, processing this and trying to figure out, again, maybe he can trust Seraphina, that is not, or at least he knows what she is what she is. That it's that she if that's trust, she wears it on her sleeve. So at some level that he knows what he's getting into.
More mugs of meat are consumed. The food is delicious. If you inquire about the meat, it is caribou, and it is prepared by a what appears to be an older woman who works the hearth, and perhaps a servant, perhaps a family member of the Lord, the Jarl, and the Lady. But the food is good. The drink is good. there is a stew. You definitely have an opportunity to eat to a great extent and drink to a great extent. And as the night gets longer and the mugs are consumed, Uller sort of looks to you, Elyndor, as you seem to have a bit of an air of a leadership role, and says, "We expected Cruski warriors from the coast to have joined in this mission to come and hunt this beast down. We did not expect, well, this motley crew. Tell me, how did you learn of this terror?"
So Elyndor, again, he's careful with his words, because he really doesn't know who this Jarl is, that he just, he's met him for 5 or 10 minutes.
Well, and the Jarl right now is kind of realizing that he doesn't quite know why you're here. I mean, he knows why you're here, but not why it's you.
Right. Got it. Similarly, Elyndor is holding cards himself, so he wants to make sure that he only lets the Jarl know as much as he needs to. And so he said, Elyndor says that so the group that I am from City of Greyhawk, we learned of your concerns and your issue, or the problems that have occurred to your village through travelers that came down from the north. So information was spread from the north down to the south, as the City of Greyhawk will have people that will come from all over, and information of what has transpired has reached Greyhawk, and of note are it was clear that there needed some form of assistance with this, and we presumed that in the process of this that there might be not only a way to help, but potentially a way to seek some riches in the process. While the group might seem ragtag, that each has its own special qualities, and I worry that a group of Cruski barbarians might not have the skill sets that we do in being able to manage with this monster. And it's clear that attempts have been made in the past in this land from barbarians to be able to control this evil monster, and they have failed. So potentially a new option, a new way to be able to approach it. That's what we bring.
Elyndor, give me a persuasion check, please.
Okay. Let's see.
Excuse me.
There I am. Big 8.
Cruski warriors unable to take down a giant beast, yet you bring these individuals. I apologize. I am heavy into my cups, but I believe that the patrol that I've sent out is merely tracking a beast. I do not believe the tales of magical. I think there's something more afoot, and while you say you have skill sets different from the barbarians, my people, I do think you will need all the might that you can gather. And he looks over at Ulfar. Tell me, Ulfar, what do you intend to do when you stare this beast dead in the eye? Well, you'll be looking up at it, but nonetheless.
Very good, great Jarl. Very good. Very good. He stands up and he's just like, I will take my spear, a mighty spear, and I will thrust it into his heart. And then I will take the pelt of the beast as a cloak.
Well said. And he raises his mug and hoists it up, and then
goblet.
Yeah. just mead splashes everywhere, and then it's all over his face as he sucks it down. But time goes on and stories continue. He looks over at the gnome, Elara. And you, tiny one, what will you do when you look the Frostfang down? Oh, you're muted.
Still muted.
We got to get an emote in Twitch is like, you're muted. Happens all the time.
You need like a Bob Dylan sign on for your, that you just, you're muted.
Yeah, exactly.
Throw it away.
You hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Okay. All right. I intend to turn it into a pincushion for my arrows after I have tracked the beast using my skills as a way of paying back for my past discretions against your people.
Past discretions against my people. Do tell.
Well, I was part of a raid that raided, and I forget the name of the village up further north along the coast. And I did not like what our captain ordered us to do, and I left him. But since I was part of that raid, I feel I have to pay back. And I know no matter what service I do, I can never fully pay back everything. But I tend to do what I can.
Roll a persuasion check, please, Elara.
One. A 15 on the die. Persuasion. +1, 16.
Okay. You have a fierce heart, gnome, and I respect that. Up here in the cold north, it is a survival that is venerated above all else. Loyalty to one's clan, survival against the elements, those are the things that our men and women are judged upon. If those that you say fell at the blades of you and your raiders, that was their fate. But the honor that you show in seeking to give their fate meaning, well, that is honorable indeed. And he hoists a mug. We shall drink! Slams it down. Are there any other questions that folks want to ask of the Jarl at all?
Elyndor wants to know specifically, does the Jarl have any, when he sent out the expedition, did they have any prepared maps or anything to be able to help track where the last known position of the creature was?
Yes, indeed. He rolls out a parchment, and it looks a lot like Greyhawk Mike's map, actually, that I just put back up on screen.
There you go.
Yep. And he shows you essentially where you're located here in Mir. The village of Varnir was decimated. You get the sense with the conversations you've had that any survivors from Varnir have since migrated to Mir, which is sort of like a bastion of defense against whatever creature is perpetrating these terrible atrocities. The iron mine is to the south, approximately a 3-day journey. And he suggests that would be the place to start. That is where the patrol was sent.
He also, Elyndor wants to know a little bit with regards to if they make the journey, is there anyone else that he wants to send with us as anyone from the village that wants to come, or is it, if his desires are only to just have us as as the group patrol that goes down to be able to search out? Is there a tracker, or is there someone that can help us in the process?
He starts naming a couple of names as though he's sort of contemplating someone that he could send with you. And as he names off, 1, 2, 3 people, Lady Astrid kind of comes over and says, "No, they're children. You can't send them away from their families. Not now." And she looks over at Ulfar and says, "You have one of the land here. One who knows the land, yes? You are from a Cruski clan, Ulfar. Is that true? Is what you said is true?"
Yes, that's true. Yes.
I couldn't bear to
looks
send...
over at Elyndor looks
ahead.
at Ulfar and maybe really?
Well, it's my aunt's cousin's brother, but somewhere it's muddy. It's muddy.
Then he looks back at Olar to have him continue to talk, but he's suspect of what's going on.
Probably with good reason. Lady Astrid essentially goes into sort of like, the tragedies of what these families have gone through, and that they sent. You hear the name Bjorn Jorgensen, who they sent abroad to spread the word that help was needed. So they're under the assumption, and it could be the correct or incorrect assumption, that that's who spread the word. They are blown away that someone from as far away as the free city of Greyhawk would have heeded that call. So, they're maybe too many mugs of mead to really put things together. But they just assume that somehow Bjorn's message made it to you. So they're hesitant to send anybody, especially since you have a ranger that has a lot of experience in these realms, and then you have a Cruski barbarian fighter at your service as well, and they kind of assume that you hired them for that reason.
Yep. And then the last thing he asks before, and again, Dave, what time of day is it for us right now?
Right now it's nighttime.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So he asks Ular, so when we come back, if we come back, what we find, it's ours, correct? As long as the monster is terminated, you have what we find is ours.
He looks to Lady Astrid, and she just kind of nods at him. And he turns back and says, "What you find in the process of putting this beast down is yours to keep. You will have done a great service and saved dozens of families from a terrible fate. It shall be my word that upon your arrival you shall go free, regardless of what you carry with you, but be sure that you bring to me confirmation that this beast has been killed." And he reaches across the table to kind of shake your hand.
And what kind of thing would you like as confirmation? Like teeth, nails,
Balls.
and yeah.
Selfie? No.
You sound like polar bear. We bring pelts.
Oh, we're going to have to skin the whole thing out there, and then it's going to smell terrible.
I suggest you cut the head off.
But it's giant.
It's a big head.
Are you gonna provide us with like a cart to bring it back, or I'm not carrying this?
We will give you sled. I would
Head sled.
seek
Head sled.
to put
High
this head,
fives.
add this head to my collection. And you look around, you can
Special
see
head
polar
sled.
bear pelts, and you can see caribou mounts, and ice fox mounts, and all kinds of animals that he has hunted and slain.
So
Whatever else you find is
Just-
yours.
we get paid as well, or is that the only payment we get is what we find? No, I get people that like to know these things.
Is glory of killing giant frost creature not enough for you?
Eesh, no.
I understand your question quite well, Ulfar.
Thank you.
We will take a collection, and I will part with as much of my wealth
Thank you.
as I can.
Pass the hat around,
Send
everyone.
the hat around.
Yeah. The bucket, like-
Ulfar has the Taival Mafia after him, and what he's going to come back with basically like a pass around hat. It's gonna like
come back with something.
They're
Come
like-
back with something.
That's
Don't worry,
Otherwise-
friend. I will put in word for you from, with the Dark Fellows.
Did Bjorn not
maybe
tell you?
they... What?
Did Bjorn not tell you what was at stake here?
Just said there was a contract. Here we are.
And I like to kill things.
He likes to kill things.
We have some wealth that remains.
Ooh,
Oh,
sit
it's
on
all
that,
right.
will
I'm
you?
independently wealthy.
Must be nice.
Wow.
there you go. Hey, wait, there's the subplot. Ulfar and Seraphina. He's like, so I got these issues, and
But I see Ulfar
Goodness.
like developing some sort of a ransom sort of vibe. There's some sort of a
I'm just gonna like take a sidebar with Seraphina and be like, do you do like credit? Is there anything you can
Yeah, I was
do?
thinking that maybe I could give you some credit off of your, like debt.
I mean, you could buy
for
that.
this
You could buy my
effort.
debts. I mean, it's a see how we go. Let's see how this goes.
I mean, we'll see. Like I said before, we only pay everyone who survives.
Elyndor looks up at that after she says that, and just this, here we go. Like just knowing who survives, this may be like the end of this. May be her taking out the rest of our party.
No. Don't worry, friend. Like I said, I am independently wealthy. The wealth is not the driving factor for me.
That makes
But
sense.
I am not.
Yeah, that's good.
Sometimes the treasure is the friends we make along the way.
And the
As-
bounties
she's
we
a
collect as
happy
well.
killer. She's
She
just a
is.
happy-go-lucky
she
killer.
really is.
Yeah.
Really loves her work. Really loves her work.
That's right.
Yeah.
Really
So
digs
take
into it.
pride in poisoning.
That's
Oh
right.
my
A
god.
happy assassin.
Yeah. All right. So you guys have these conversations with the Jarl, and you probably circle back around to the questions about the creature and some of the stories, and he recounts the elders talking about this creature arising. They're not sure what awoke it, but there are rumors. Some of the older members of the community are whispering about the disturbances within the old abandoned iron mine. Perhaps explorers that have gone before you, maybe not immediately before you, but within the last number of years, that perhaps there was some sort of a disturbance in the mine. There is known to be burial sites for some of the old clan chieftains and jarls in the hills themselves. So there's concern with this story of this druid about the possibility that one of these sites has been disturbed. Maybe that they delved too deep in the mine. Nobody's really sure, but there's a lot of different rumors that the Jarl describes to you, and that there is this sense of a pale curse that has been put upon this community. And then he speaks of one of the craziest things that you hear, perhaps, or maybe not, before he summarily passes out and people kind of go off to their bedrolls, which are look quite comfy, by the way, and warm. A lot of pelts and animal skins to pile upon you. They speak of this theory by some of the elders speaks of cosmic alignments and celestial events that have perhaps stirred once dormant forces. And he mentions a word a couple times, a name, Jornirap. And I would say, let's see, everybody give me a nature check. Jornirap. He mentions it multiple times.
9.
Natural
Okay.
20 for a 21.
Wow.
Ooh. I got
Nicely
a dirty
done.
20.
All right, all right.
14.
Elara? What'd you get, Dennis, what'd you get? Oh, sorry. You're muted again. There we go.
15.
15. Okay. Everybody except for Elyndor, interestingly enough, has heard of celestial events related to this Jornirap. And basically what it is a comet that was observed in the sky 2 years perhaps prior to now, maybe 3, and how it was a portent of perhaps something awakening. But these are just rumors from some of the some of the older members of the village, nothing more. He kind of brushes them off as incredible. Let me ask you this. I'll go around here and ask everybody to let me know, is there anything else that you want to ask the Jarl or Lady Astrid before retiring for the night? We
This
can
mead,
start. Yeah,
you
go ahead.
export to Great Mountains? We could use, eh? It's good.
It's very good. This is homebrew here in Mir.
Ah, excellent, excellent.
The Mir mead. We keep it as Mir as we can.
Oh, I see what you did. Very funny.
Thank you.
I need more to absorb that joke. Yes, yes.
There is plenty.
Can we get a little bit to take with us on the road?
Of course. We will have supplies prepared for you in the morning.
Very kind.
I'll say to the Lady Astrid, do you not have an heir, or what happens if the old man dies?
Sadly, we do not have any children to speak of, but there are others in the village who would seek to carry on the leadership that the Jarl has given. He is a good man and respected.
Interesting. Good to know. Thank you. Just sort of goes back to sit down again.
Okay. I'm not sure
Are
what to
you,
make of that.
like-
Ulfar
Are
is
you
looking
trying to
for-
throw your
he's
hat in the ring? Like,
He's
what is happening
looking for-
here? You're like,
Ulfar's
should
looking
your
for a baby
husband
mama.
die?
I'm
It's
always
the
looking
long
for a
con.
promotion.
Yeah, right.
His services are at.
He's
he
got to get out of debt somehow.
That's right.
Very true.
Just become a Jarl and change my name. It's fine.
It's easy. Just
Looking
add
for a
Jarl
rich
in front
widower.
of it. Yeah.
Or widow.
Yeah. How about Elara or Elyndor or Seraphina? Any questions to kind of ask?
Elara's just been sitting back, taking it in. Knowing her history, she knows that she probably is looked down upon some. So she's been just sitting quietly, sipping on the ale, eating the fare, and just absorbing everything, taking everything in, making mental notes, on everything that's been said.
Okay.
Elara is Gnome. Everybody look down on Gnome. Do not take offense.
Right, because they're short.
Aha. She's smart one. I like
Would
this.
need more mead to process that joke. Greybeard.
Good idea. More meat, please.
All right, so at this point, it is very late in the night, and one by one, each of you retires. The next morning, you are met maybe too early with activities inside the longhouse. The Jarl is nowhere to be found, but you can only imagine that he is back at the back of the longhouse in a pile of animal skins, snoring away. Lady Astrid is there to greet you. There are bundles that have been prepared for you with food. A jug of the mead has been prepared for you to take with you. So you have ample food supplies for the journey, which they anticipate with your astute guide, Ulfar, your rangery friend, that it should take you maybe 3 days. It's about 20 or so miles south.
Okay.
So you depart, my friends, and begin your journey. Now, the trail that they set you upon is snow-covered and difficult to follow if it were not for the cairns, the rock cairns that are piled to show you the direction. And it's really just due south, and you've got people in your group that know how to traverse the landscape. So there's not really a whole lot of danger of getting lost. You walk what you can, along this trail. You can see the mountains to the south. You get the sense as you depart, and it's maybe an hour or two into the journey, that you are utterly and completely alone in this landscape. It takes you, as they said, the better part of about 3 days to cover the 20 or so miles from Mir to the old abandoned mine. And there are gale force winds that buffet you, blowing snow. Each night you find shelter in this network of like yurts, basically like round structures, small but covered in animal skins that are in various states of repair and disrepair, but they do provide some respite from the elements. It's harsh. The elements punish you along the way, but you press on as you do, driven by your motivations, and you find yourself entering into this canyon. It's sort of a broad canyon at first, and then it narrows, and you find that it leads you to a small, rundown, abandoned settlement. And the buildings are dilapidated and crumbling. The snow is being blown from the timbers. You see beyond these structures, and there are not many structures. It is not like a bustling town or even a hamlet. It's an outpost of sorts. Beyond these structures gapes an open mine entrance that's partially obscured by drifts of windblown snow, and you've got broken timbers and the like. And you approach quietly, the snow crunching beneath your feet. I'll stop there and ask if there's anything that you want to do as you approach.
Any signs of tracks leading into or out of the mines?
Give me an investigation check, please.
Five.
You
I don't
don't
see
see tracks that go in and out of the mine per se, Elara. You do, however, look about and you can see that there are bodies that lay strewn about the space, the grounds, as it were.
Not Ulfar. Thrain is going to go and inspect the bodies. He's pretty sure they're dead, but, you know.
Go ahead and give me an investigation check, Thrain.
He's not most observant, dwarf. Only 3 plus, what is my investigation? 6 total.
Okay. Yeah, they are most certainly dead. They appear as though they have been torn apart. Have been dead for some time, although bodies laying in snowbanks freeze, but they are frozen. There are piles of bones that appear to be strewn about as well. Seemingly more bones than maybe there are, if you will, remains or corpses. They are in various states of, I don't know, some of them broken, but laying about in the snow. It's hard at first to see, and that's why you have a hard time determining, because there's so much snow that's blowing around.
Oh, this was a massacre.
Yes.
And Serafina will reach into her pack and take out her cube of, what is it called? Thermal cube. And it will start to melt some of the snow around the area from its heat within 15 feet.
And what's your intent with that?
Just to kind of like see if we can see anything that is been covered up, like to kind of expose any clues or items, since you said we couldn't see it because it was covered in snow.
Maybe
Sure.
traps?
So like over at the body, like over by the bodies,
Yeah,
you're
over
sort of
near the
warming them up.
bodies. Yes,
Sure.
that area.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, the only sounds that you hear is the crunch of your feet in the crusty snow. You start to heat up a space around the bodies, and you can see that they appear, Ulfar, you would know as you look at these bodies that these are the Cruski patrol that has been missing for 10 or more days. Sorry, Dennis, I keep muting you just because there's a little bit of feedback coming from your mic. But
That's fine.
you look about and you see that again, it appears. Well, actually, Elara, give me an investigation check as you look upon the scene.
That's a 16.
Okay, and Serafina as well.
Sorry, you just said investigation?
Yes, please.
5. I'm really proud of this thermal cube. So warm.
It's definitely keeping you
How much
warm.
do you think that cost?
Probably pretty expensive.
Cube is good.
Interesting.
Help to confirm. They are dead. Very dead.
Just makes a little note.
They're starting to smell a little bit, actually.
Yes.
Is there
maybe it
anything
could.
anything on their bodies?
Yes,
We
they
can
have
see
they
any,
have
like-
swords and axes. There are some bows that are snapped. They have frozen water skins. You know, personal effects. It's hard to like, unless aside from the ones that Serafina is thawing out, it's very difficult to like search them because they're just like a pile of ice,
Just a
right?
pile of bones, right?
Yeah, they kind of look
Okay.
like Jack Nicholson in The Shining at the very end, right? They're just like there's icicles hanging from
Oh,
their
I see,
face,
just-
and
yeah,
yeah.
gotcha.
But they've been
This-
wounded in
Okay.
battle.
Does this look like they were frozen from exposure outside, or they were frozen by an additional means?
Ooh, give me an Arcana check.
Question.
That's a really good question. I will also say this, Elara, with that investigation check that you made, you can see that there are indeed strange glowing sigils that were not readily apparent at first that are strewn about on some of the structures. You can see them. Let's see here. There's one here on some debris. And they're not like painted on per se. You look at them and they are almost like floating upon the structures themselves. Doesn't look like they were like hand drawn or marked in any fashion. But I'll zoom in a little bit for folks so they can see that on screen. But they kind of have these interesting markings upon them that. What did you roll for Arcana?
I rolled I think it was, a 6.
Okay. Yeah, it's unclear. You try to sort of have that question answered, and it's not quite possible to tell.
Don't have a lot of experience out here.
No.
With people freezing.
That's right.
I get the dwarf and point out the runic markings, or mark the markings. Try to see if maybe he might be able to shed some light on them, because I don't know what they are.
Oh, were those always there?
Once you see them, you can't unsee them. Like you look over and you're surprised that you missed them. Maybe they weren't there the first time you looked. You're not sure.
Dave,
Was
Odd.
Elyndor will go up and he will cast comprehend language and see if he can understand what the markings are.
Okay. All right. So as you do that, go ahead and give me an arc.
Actually, you know what? Sorry, Dave.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do that.
Okay.
Because doesn't decode secret messages in text or glyphs such as arcane sigil and isn't part of a written language. So I guess that will not necessarily work. So
Okay.
backtrack.
Okay.
Pull that guy back inside
Yep.
my magical self.
Understood. Good catch. Appreciate that. You look about, you see these dead bodies, you see these sigils that seem to glow and give off a bit of a faint blue light. And then you hear just barely audible above the wind, the subtle sound of chimes. Delicate, soft, but present. You strain your ears and you see a small vortex of wind and snow spinning as it flies through the camp, making these big movements around you, around the sigils, and then lands on one of the overturned mine carts. And you see, let's see, you see this small sprite-like creature alight upon the minecart. It looks as though it's crafted from ice, perhaps. It looks at you, giggling, and it says, "Greetings, travelers of the frozen realms. I am Zephyra, the sprite of frost-kissed winds. Tell me, do you like riddles?"
what the hell is that?
Yes, I love riddles. What kind
Ulfar,
of riddles
give
do you
me
have for us,
a
tiny
give me
friend?
a nature check, Ulfar.
Oh, okay. 17.
You've heard of creatures of fey origins who live in the remote parts of the peninsula. To you, they're known to in the Cruski dialects. They're known as belly. They're Arctic fey creatures. In Dwarvish, perhaps, you would know them as Padzinkai.
Ah. Very tricky. Be careful.
You know them, Ulfar, as servants to winter gods, like Telcher, perhaps. Gods of winter and cold, the north wind, essentially, they serve them. You'd like a riddle then? Look at you. You look so weary. I've got something for you then.
What's the deal, you tricksy sprite? What's the
Trixie,
catch?
indeed. You are, my friends, in the ancient glow of azure light. Whispers of the past take flight. Upon the walls a tale unfolds of beings with tales left untold, wrapped in remnants of ages gone by. In the ruin-lit halls where shadows lie, in the dance of frost, secrets are shown. What haunts these walls when all is overthrown? Be quick about it. You answer the riddle.
Fran looks over at Serafina expectantly.
One more time. Oh, thank you. Somebody posted it. All right, hold
Yeah,
on.
I posted it in the chat for you guys.
All righty.
Go ahead and read it out loud again if you wouldn't mind.
In the ancient glow of azure light, whispers of the past take flight. Upon the walls, a tale unfolds of beings with tales left untold, wrapped in remnants of ages gone by. In the runelit halls where the shadows lie, in the dance of frost, secrets are shown. What haunts these walls when all is overthrown? Is it Frostfang?
As you call out, she looks at you and says, "No, no, no. Uh-oh." And she turns into a whirlwind again and sort of flies around the space and lands on top of one of the buildings over here. Right here. And you can now hear the crack, the scraping, and the rattle, almost as if bones in the wind, as the piles of frozen bones and corpses begin to animate. My friends, please roll initiative.
Oh, man.
And I will call out the numbers as I do for this type of thing, and we will start a bit of combat as you have misfired on your answer to the riddle.
I was sure it was Frostfang.
That was a good guess.
Called
All
his
right.
name out.
25 to 20.
30-20.
Okay. Serafina at 20. 15 to 20. What's that, Rob?
Sorry, 16.
16 for
And
Thrain.
then 19 for Elyndor.
All right. All right, 10 to 15.
14 for Elara.
Okay. And what about Ulfar?
8, an 8.
An 8, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so Serafina, you can see now that these creatures are forming in front of you magically, and they too glow with this blue light as they start to lurch forward. You can see they have these bones have formed into bows, and these rusty swords have been drawn as they look at the group. What would you like to do?
I would like to draw my what do I want? My short sword.
Okay.
And hold on. First time. So I just discovered while we were playing that I'm an arcane trickster. So I was like, I have spells that weren't listed. So I had to grab a couple. And let's see, if I use this, will I? So I'm thinking about using Green Flame Blade. But I think that only attacks a secondary creature. But it would make my attack magical, correct? Even if it didn't, like,
Yes.
cast a secondary. Because I think I'm a 5 foot away from one and I'm 10 feet away from another. Based on the map.
Yep.
It's kind of
Yep.
hard
You've
to see
got
it, the
one
white on white grid.
number 3. If you zoom in, number 3 is within 5 feet, so that's melee range. Number 2 is probably 10 feet away. I'll get him into a grid spot. There we go.
That's what I was. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So I will cast Green Flame Blade, but it's not going. Wait, hold on a second. Oh no, it will. I just can't do the secondary. Wait, hold on. Oh no, the magic is for the secondary creature. But it will make my attack magical.
Yeah,
So,
so you make your attack,
will
and
attack.
it's a I believe it's an action to cast Green Flame Blade, but you get to attack while you're casting it.
right.
And if
So,
you hit, then it has like an effect on an adjacent creature.
correct. So 15 to hit, but it will make my attack on this first one magical if that makes any difference. And if 15 hits, then I do 7 damage.
15 indeed hits.
Okay. And then, let's see, bonus actions. What do I got?
Unfortunately, you're not close enough to that other creature to use the Flame Blade part.
Yes.
Yep.
But my bonus action, then is I will disengage.
Smart. Very
and
smart.
Move back.
Okay. All right, so go ahead and make your movement. You can move your... You guys should all have control of your cursors on this battle map. Elyndor, you are up with... Yeah, Elyndor, what would you like to do?
All right.
right.
Elyndor is going to cast Mage Armor on himself.
Very smart. Very smart.
So, and then I don't know my movement. I'm close enough to number one man who wants to kill me, that if I move into a different space, will that provoke an opportunity attack from him?
Let me see here. You are going to move into his space? No, it's only when you're moving away. No, you're fine. You're far enough away from him where he can't reach you.
Okay,
for
cool.
an opportunity attack. You're good.
Then he is going to move, I guess, as far as or do I have control of him? I think I do, right?
You should have control of Elyndor, yep.
You do. So I've got 30 feet, I think.
Yes.
So I think that's about 30 feet. Where's my distance measurement? Dave, am I about where our 30 feet was?
Yeah, you're 20 to 30 roughly, somewhere in there. You can probably get a little bit farther.
Okay. He's gonna lock himself in there.
Okay.
And that's his turn.
And just so you know, if you move off the map, it's an instant kill. Because that's the edge of the map.
I will
kidding.
say,
I'm
so I
fucking
was
with you.
reading, and because I'm level 5, that green flame blade actually does deal 1d8 fire damage to the first target as well.
Okay.
That's the
All right.
bonus for being level 5.
All right, so go ahead and roll that damage. That's a good catch. And you can see just to kind of go back as you slice through Seraphina and attack this thing before disengaging, your blade clatters against the bones, the rib cage perhaps, and the flames immolate across this thing, and it still glows with this blue crystallized magic.
Does that mean it has no effect? It seems like it didn't really hurt it at all.
Give me a perception check. Elyndor, as you move away, what is your action going to be?
I think my action was casting Mage Armor.
Got it. Okay, so you've taken your action and movement. All right, so sorry. So now it is their turn.
It's only 8 to the perception to see if that attack did any damage.
You attacked, you did the magic, and then you got the hell out of there and backed off as quick as you could, we'll say.
Yeah.
All right, so it's their turn, and Thrain, you're going to be on deck here. One of them chases after you, Elyndor. And Thrain, you see one come around the corner of this building. All right, so we'll go with the first one on Elyndor. It is going to attack with this rusty bone blade, and that is going to be a 14 to hit.
Nope, doesn't hit.
Shatters across your magical armor and misses you. A similar attack on you, Thrain. That's going to miss. I rolled a 3 on the die. Elara, there are 2 on you. We'll go with the one that's to your north, number 2. Ooh, I think that's going to hit. That is going to be a 21 to hit. And with the blade, it's going to be a total of 3 slashing. The one to your left, number 4, is also going to attack you with the bone blade. Ooh, I think that's also going to hit. That's a 19. They're doing a number on you. That's going to be a total of 5 more piercing to you, Elara. And Ulfar, there's 1 on you. That's cocked. That is going to, I think, miss with a 10.
Misses with the 10, yeah.
Okay. All right. So, Thrain, you are up with Elara on deck. And Dennis, I'm just going to mute you until your turn there. Okay.
Okay, so Thrain grabs hold of his holy symbol. Is by Moradin's forge all were created, and by Moradin's forge I command thee to go back to your rest and turn undead.
Okay.
Good
Tell me about
job.
turn undead. It's how far do they move? Is it on their turn? I forget all of those details, so you'll have to fill me in.
They need to make a wisdom save,
Okay.
DC 13, and unless
all
they
of them?
are anything within 30 feet.
I think that makes all of them, maybe with the exception of number 3. Let's see.
Yeah, it kind of depends for the one that's number 2. It kind of depends on where you consider it to have started from. Because it's weird, because it's like going from the middle to the middle, but that seems odd.
Yeah, that's fine. I would say I would go for, yeah, that's fine. So you can get number 1 and number 4 and the one that's right next to you for sure. It looks like number 2 is just outside the 30-foot range. Is that how you read it?
Yeah, that's the way it seems to be.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and roll some wisdom. As you can imagine, these things aren't super wise. So I'll start with number 1. That's a save. I rolled a 16 on the die, total of 17. Number 6 next to you, that is going to fail. That's a 4. And then number 4, who's next to Elara, I rolled a 3. So they failed.
So, quick question: they wouldn't happen to be half CRE, half CR or lower?
Oh, because of Destroy Undead?
Yeah, if I'm level 5, so if they're half CR or lower,
so
they're destroyed.
Yeah, and that's what you would have expected, given your experience as a cleric, given your experience fighting undead, perhaps, of similar nature. They should have been destroyed. This is very troubling to you that they are not. What happens?
Do they at least try to scurry away?
Well, so what happens here is that they fall to the ground as if they were destroyed, and then they stand back up.
Are they supposed to do that?
It is no, but that's okay. We do this the hard way. And he taps his mace against his shield.
Now, with the turn undead, they have to make a movement on their next turn to get away from you. Is that correct?
Yeah, if they're not destroyed, they're supposed to try to get the hell away from me.
Yeah.
And that persists as long as I don't attack them.
Can somebody post that in our Zoom chat so that I can remember to do that? Just what those rules are there. Okay, so I would say this, Thrain, because of your knowledge, like there's something else at play here. These are not normal undead creatures. These creatures should have been destroyed by your magic. Let's go to, is that the end of your turn?
Yes.
All right, let's go to Elara.
All right, first thing, do Hunter's Mark on the one to the north of me.
Okay. Here we go.
And then I'm gonna swing since I'm in melee range.
Yeah, absolutely.
a 22 to hit.
Yes, that hits.
All right. Hunter's mark damage. Let's see. Where did I roll go? All right, that was a look like a total of all right, hold on. How do I pull up the die rolls again? The campaign. Here we go. No, that's not it.
While Dennis is calculating, I will say this, Thrain, as you sort of make that realization that this should have worked, you just hear the giggling of the belly, who is perched up on the rooftop nearby, right here.
Where do I find the roll log? Because I missed.
If you're on D&D Beyond, there's a little speech bubble in the upper right-hand corner next to the anvil, and
Thanks,
click the
Ashley.
speech bubble.
There we go. Okay, hold on.
And if you click
Oh.
off of it, then it will disappear.
Total of 12.
Total of 12 damage. You cut through this thing and it falls apart, falls to the ground, and then reforms and stands back up, grimacing at you. You two are you like have no explanation for why this is happening. This is not, if you've probably fought undead like these before, this should go down with one hit, you figure, especially with your skill, but they don't. Is there anything else you want to do, Elara? You are surrounded kind of by these two.
If I move, I take attack of opportunity. You know what? I will try to move. Come on.
Which way are you going to go?
Diagonal southeast.
Like right there? I can help you
Yeah.
out. Yep. How far do you want to go? You've got 30 feet of movement.
Move me right next to Seraphina.
Right here?
You know, having an ally right. Yes, having an
Okay.
ally right there will, you know. There we go.
All right. They're
I'm
going to, I'm going to say that they can't use their reaction because they're kind of like reforming. So you do slip away unscathed at that point. Let's go to Ulfar. Let's get you into the mix here.
Okay. Seeing all this happen, I'm like, what the hell? And I'll just go for attack to the guy straight in front of me.
Okay.
So let's have a look. You see what that does. Oh, that's a really dirty 8 that will probably not hit anything.
Yeah, it parries your
I'm just
attack
like,
with
"Whoa."
its rusty blade and just kind of scowls at you.
Ooh. Try again. Let's go for a second attack. That's a bit better. 21 to hit.
Oh, yeah. Roll some damage.
Okay, so that will be 9 points of damage, and I'm not sure if this will do anything. 7 points of poison damage.
Okay. Yeah, it falls to the ground with your second attack, but like the others, it just kind of reforms and stands back up.
What the hell? I'm just like shield and spear in hand, like looking over my shoulder. Like, what do we do? What do we do? They're reforming pretty quick, and that's my turn.
All right, so Seraphina with Elyndor on
All
deck.
right. I seem to think this is some kind of trick. And she's going to drop her short sword, take out her short bow, and she is going to... Hold on a second. She's going to try to shoot the pixie,
Okay.
the little frost pixie.
All right.
All right. And she's going to do it with advantage because, you know, why not if you're going to
Yeah, you guys have a bunch of advantages. That's a good reminder.
Okay. Dirty 20 to hit the pixie.
Yeah, your arrow flies across the field and impacts the pixie, and it just kind of like ice shatters everywhere. Go ahead and roll damage.
6.
Okay.
And if that doesn't kill it, Serafina will yell out, enough of your games! These skeletons should stay dead!
In response, you just hear, how rude! Answer the riddle, and you shall prevail! And as a reaction, the belly spins into snow and moves again, ending up over here on this building. Elyndor, or actually, Serafina, do you want to move at all or get into a different position? What would you like to do with the rest of your turn?
I'm gonna stay there because my short sword is by my feet.
Okay, Elyndor, up at the top of the map here, what would you like to do?
Elyndor is going to think really, really hard about the riddle. That doesn't help me, does it, Dave? Just me thinking really super hard.
Do you want to use your action to kind of like try to figure this out?
Well, I don't know. When Serafina did what she did that do anything to the pixie or no?
I mean, you saw the arrow impact and these ice shards go flying out as if it got hurt from it.
Okay. So there was some element of it wasn't like it just clanked off like nothing happened.
The pixie was very irritated with that.
Okay. I think I'm gonna, because I can't, I have to think more about this riddle, that I'm just gonna attack the pixie again with firebolt.
Okay.
She's within 120 feet, so.
Yes, she is.
Get her.
That is 18.
That hits. Roll damage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh God. 3 points of damage.
Yeah, that's firebolt for
She
you.
howls in pain.
Ooh. Wow.
Do you want to move at all?
Um,
Oh, yeah.
This guy is engaged with me, right? The little man here.
Yep.
He's close enough. So I think I'm not going to be really able to do much because that's just going to draw an opportunity attack. So I think I'm just going to stay where I am.
Okay, sounds good. In response, this little winter fairy is going to turn with this icy short bow and aim it at you, Elyndor, and loose an ice shard arrow. Oh, I just rolled a natural 20, Doc.
Oh no.
So I guess, hey, Dave, my only question is, where is the ice fairy again? She's here, right? On top of this.
Yep.
And so isn't her little man directly in line of sight of where I am?
Not necessarily. And I rolled a natural 20, so I mean,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
Yep. No problem. I like the negotiation, but it's hard to argue with the natural 20.
You know, shooting arrows into melee, it's a little bit of a hitting our own guy.
You unfortunately are going to
We'll
take.
just reform.
That's right.
You're going to take 11 piercing damage
Okay.
Yikes.
and 5 cold damage.
Ay.
Damn.
Okay.
Get out of there.
As the arrow comes flying across and hits you. And there's also some of these skeleton folks that are here. And as they attack, let's see, we'll start with the one on you, Elyndor. That's a natural 1. So basically it swings at you. His bone blade goes flying and lands into the snow. So he no longer has a blade. We'll go over to Thrain. You've got one on you. That's going to be a 15 to hit. I don't think that hits you, does it?
He doesn't try to run away from me.
Oh, that's right. Thank you. You're supposed to remind me, and you just did. I appreciate that. So yeah, he is not going to attack you. He's going to run off into the trees and kind of disappear off stage left. Thank you for that. All right, so that one is not going to attack you. This one, number 4, I believe, also failed, and is going to run towards the sigil. The one with Hunter's Mark is going to chase Elara and take a swing. That's not going to hit. It's a 10. I'm pretty sure that doesn't hit. And then Ulfar, this one is going to kind of go to your flank and make an attack. 19 to hit.
That will hit, yeah.
All right, so that's going to be 3 piercing damage. Just double check the damage type. I'm pretty sure it's piercing. Yep. No, sorry, slashing damage. Not that it matters. And that's it. It is Thrain. It's your turn.
So Thrain has been thinking about the riddle, as well as the weirdness occurring with these creatures, and he shouts, the dead haunt these halls."
You just hear this sort of sigh. Man, you're no fun. You look over at the voice and you can see that this sprite is right atop this building, and she snaps her fingers, and one by one, these sigils disappear. What else would you like to do?
So in that case, the one that is on Elyndor was not turned. That was the one that saved, correct?
Yes.
So my movement rate is 25. Can I get to it?
Yeah, you can close the distance.
All right. Well, when in doubt, now the glyphs are gone, or the sigils are gone. Now I think it's mace time. Big swing. That is AC 15.
Yeah, that hits.
All right. That is only 5 points of damage, though.
Okay. You come in and it has dropped its weapon. You come in from behind. It's not expecting it. You slam down on it, and parts of bone go shattering across the snow, but it still stands.
Okay. Actually, I just realized when you hit an undead creature with this magic weapon, treat that creature as if it is vulnerable to bludgeoning damage.
Oh, well then, that changes a few things. As you hit it, it explodes into bone shards that go flying into the snowbank, and it completely disappears. And with it, the glowing blue light that had enveloped its body dissipates into the wind.
I like these things.
That was your movement and your attack. Do you have anything else left in there? Elara, you're next. All right, Dennis, what do you want to do? What does Elara want to do here?
Well, he kind of took my thunder away because I was going to turn and fire at one of the sigils.
Hey, Raiders.
I was going to see if one of the sigils would destroy a sigil would destroy him, but since the sigil's now gone, I'm going to just try to take out this one that's in front of me.
That was good instinct. As I pulled the curtain back, the sigils were important for that very reason. And I'll put the curtain back in front of the man behind the curtain.
20 to hit.
20 will hit. I'm assuming this is the Hunter's Mark. Hey, Raiders, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate you. Welcome to October. It's Virtual Greyhawk Con.
7 damage plus another 2 for Hunter's Mark.
Okay.
Total of 9.
Total of
9.
Okay. Okay, yeah, you clobber this thing. It's still standing, but you can see that once you hit it, the blue energy that was enveloping its body dissipates and disappears, and parts of its body have been torn off by your attack.
All right. I'm just gonna hold my ground right here.
Okay, let's go to Ulfar with Seraphina
Okay.
on deck.
I am going to stab away at this guy in front of me. Ooh, 16 hit. Does a 16
16
hit?
does hit. Yes, it does. Nicely
Good,
done.
good. I'm going to make this
Number
a
3.
pushing attack. As
Okay.
well. I'm going to make this a pushing attack. So, let's see how it pans out. So let's do the damage first. So 4 points of piercing damage
4 points. Okay.
with 7 points of poison damage, if that makes any difference to these things.
It takes the damage for sure.
Lovely. And it will also take another 4 points of damage from my superiority die. And can you give me a strength saving throw of DC 14?
Wow, that's a big one. No, I rolled a 7.
So this, I just shove an almighty shove on this skeleton, push him 15 foot away.
How many?
15 foot
15
away
foot.
from me.
Wow, yeah, you push this thing back and it smashes up against this wall. The blue energy that had enveloped its body, leaving it, and the bones just fall into a heap as you have dispatched yet another.
Cruski warrior wins.
That's right.
And I'm going to move to this guy. Was that my first? That was my first attack, wasn't it? That was only one attack I did there.
Yes, it was. That was a big
Yeah.
first attack.
Right, let's go for this guy then. That's going to be a 25 to hit.
Yeah.
25. So there we go again. Here we go again. That's 6. That's 9 points of piercing
Wow.
with 5 points of poison damage. And yeah, that'll be my turn.
What was the total damage?
Oh, sorry. That was 9 points of piercing, 5 points of
Oh,
poison.
yeah. Yeah, same thing. This one just dissipates and is gone from the battlefield. The bones fall.
Bring me more. Bring me more.
As you just
Getting, like,
dispatch
quite
2 of
excited.
them. We're going to go to Seraphina, but before we do that, I just want to say thanks for the raid, folks. And I want to draw your attention to the fact that we are giving away 2 $10 gift cards today. So type !drawing to get in on the giveaway. We're going to do one when we get back from our break, which we're going to take here in just a couple minutes, and then one at the very end before we raid into the next streamer. So thank you so much, you guys. Definitely get in on that action for that $10 gift card. Seraphina, what would you like to do?
She is going to just take a step to the side and fire off an arrow at this last remaining skeletal creature.
Okay.
It's only a 12.
12 does not hit. It pings off of the frozen armor.
Someone else better get this one.
Don't worry, I'm on my way.
Anything else, Seraphina? Do you want to move, or do you have a bonus action that you want to use?
No, I don't really have great. I mean, maybe. Nah, I don't really have a great one. I guess if I can, I'll pick up my short sword and sheath it.
Okay. Yeah, you can totally do that. Rob, real quick, the turn undead, does that end after a round? Is it just one round? I think you're muted.
You're muted.
Oh, 1 minute. It's 1 minute. Okay,
Yeah,
I just
I'm
saw
sorry.
that.
I realized I was muted. Yeah, I mean,
no,
for that
just saw
time,
that.
they're allowed to do other stuff. They just have to stay the hell away from me. They can't come within 30 feet of me.
All right, I'm gonna say that the one to the south here, number 4, that Seraphina just shot at, is going to disappear. It's going to keep moving into the tunnel and disappear into the mine shaft, which is right here by the tracks and everything. And the one that had been running away is going to keep running away.
Well, it sounds like all of this is a problem for later.
Yeah, there's still, you know, you get the sense that there might be undead milling about, but they no longer pose a threat to you, as the 5 of you have put them down, taking a few licks in the process. And we are going to use this opportunity to take our break. So, folks, really quickly, I want to remind everyone that we do have a giveaway. I mentioned this a couple minutes ago, but !trying to get in on the action. Big shout out to Trollord Games for donating those 2 $10 gift cards. We're going to give one away right after the break, so stick around, and then we'll do our second right before we raid into Lord Gazumba. Lots to remember here, but I really do appreciate you all being here. This is Hawktober. This is Virtual Greyhawk Con. We're having a blast. Hopefully you are too. We will see you all in just a couple of short minutes. Stick around. Big giveaway coming up. Hello, everyone. How's everybody doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having fun in Greyhawk Con. Thank you so much for... oh, we've got a safe word being thrown around in the Twitch chat. Shiv, are you okay? Do we need to go back to break?
Yeah.
I thought it was tater tot.
Well, everybody has
Tater
their own
tot, yeah,
special
not
safe
pineapple.
word. We can appreciate that. Everything cool, Shiv? You're good?
Yeah. All good.
Just
yeah.
getting into a little a fruit-tastic conversation, I'm sure, with the chat. So thank you, everybody in the chat. Thank you so much for getting fruity with us. We appreciate you. Thank you again, as I mentioned before, to everybody who's running games and playing games and watching games and supporting streamers this week. Both of the games online and offline. I hope everybody's having a blast. I know I am, and how could I not with this awesome group of people here on the screen. I appreciate each and every one of you for playing in this crazy game with me. Hope you're having as much fun as I am. Now, hey, thank you so much for the follows, and don't forget, as LionXV just showed you, that we have a giveaway. We are going to go ahead and give away something right now, actually. So you have just a couple of seconds here to get in on that ! Drawing. We're going to give away a $10 gift card from our friends at Trollord Games. Everybody cool with that? Should we do this? Should we give this away?
Yeah, do it.
All right, here we go. We're going to do this now. Let's see. How does that work? Here we go. I push this button and it spits out a winner.
All right, got the drum roll going.
Brrrr. All right. Hey, Lion XV, you literally just entered the drawing about 2 seconds before. Oh, no, wait. You didn't win. You just entered. Who won? Brungal. Brungal won. I was like, what's happening?
Nice.
I'm confused. Brungal, congratulations. I will connect you with Jay, who is the keeper of the treasure trove of giveaways.
Keys.
The key, exactly. The keeper of the keys. Well said. Hey, thanks so much, Troller Games in the chat. We appreciate you guys. Appreciate you supporting this awesome event and others because you are extremely generous to the community. We appreciate that. All right, so my friends here, this party has traveled to the Taival Tundra, where they have set forth on a mission to investigate rumors of a terrible evil that has perhaps risen from the depths of the frozen north, something that is referred to as Frostfang in the cold tongue, as well as some motivations to seek out treasures, specifically perhaps weapons of great power that may still lie within the ruins. It has been said, and some of you, specifically I'm looking at Elyndor, have studied such things in their apprenticeships and dealings with as a seeker of the arcane, that there are indeed legends of great weapons hidden amongst the tribes of barbarians to the north. And so that is where we find ourselves. You have traveled south of a small town called Mir. You had spent the night in conversation and revelry with the Jarl and Lady Astrid, who gave you some background information on massacred villages, missing patrols who you summarily found. They were indeed dead and rose from their death to attack you in their undeath. And so that is where we find ourselves right now. You, the 5 of you, standing in front of this mine shaft, having...
Dave, I accidentally dragged Ulfar off the map.
And Ulfar is now dead. As I warned before, that is
that was
an
fate.
instant kill. Yeah, no, that's fine. Don't worry about
all
that.
Right, his debts are cleared. It's fine.
I will find him and return him to the place. Let me. I'm going to bring up this while you guys are talking. What I'd like to know. I'm going to bring up this other map, and I want to give a shout out to Greyhawk Mike as I reveal this map, because Greyhawk Mike has been a fantastic inspiration to a lot of the games that I've been running recently. This is a map that they put together. And so thank you for that. You are now at the iron mine. You are injured, some of you. What would you like to do at this point?
I'm only down 8, so I'm okay for right now. But those 8 might be important later. So
Can't imagine why.
Yeah, Elyndor is going to definitely heal. So he will take his potion of healing.
Okay.
Let me see how many I get from that.
It's a potion of greater healing, correct?
Yeah, greater healing. Oops.
44 plus 4?
Yeah. Let's see. So that's 7 plus 4 is 11 points. So I'm still down 5 from that. But back up.
Okay. Other preparations that could be underway at this point? You essentially know the score here. Delving into the mine itself is likely the next step in your quest to find this creature.
I'm gonna cast right before we go in. Pass without trace.
Ooh, good call. Good
Nice.
shout. Yeah.
I'm gonna sheath my bow and I'm gonna take out my short sword and I'm going to do an action to coat it with poison. And then in my other hand, I'm gonna take out my collapsible pole and just like shink, like take it out. This is very good for traps. You ever heard don't touch it with a 10-foot pole? Well,
Very clever. Ulfar's going to take out his lantern of revealing and light that up. So we've got a light source, and it also reveals anything that's hidden, anything that's invisible, anything like that. So
Handy.
just in case we've got anything in a tight hallway that might try and jump out on us. So we'll give that
And
a
Dave,
shot.
my mage armor is still going, or no? It's 8 hours, so
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure.
okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
we're
Then-
basically like right after. It's probably been, literally like 5-10 minutes since you cast it.
Yeah. And then to kind of max buff, he'll kind of he'll slide next to Thrain, Elyndor, and kind of put an arm around him and say, "Hey, buddy, you got any like any
Good stuff.
any good stuff?"
The healing.
Oh,
Come on, man, give me a hit.
Sweet
Give me a hit,
healing.
man.
some of that sweet healing.
Healing. Yeah, I've heard so much about.
So that pass without trace gives everybody a +10 on their stealth checks.
That's like
Awesome.
did Thrain just ghost me?
Yeah, pretty much.
It's like, I don't know him. You're muted
I'm not your
though,
dealer,
Rob.
man.
That's probably
Not your
good
dealer, man.
because Thrain's handler is trying to get around calling it the good touch.
Oh, no.
As long as there's consent for the healing,
That's
which
There
it
right.
sounds like he's
does.
asking for it.
It's true.
Pineapple. No
Good
cake,
touch, bad touch.
no
So
pineapple.
needy.
You still injured? I saw you cough potion.
Yeah, I still down, and I'm a weakling here. I've only got so many HP, so the reality is that my health is critical, and I have a feeling I'm gonna need every point.
Very
Yes,
squishy.
I'm squished.
yes. You hang with Dorov so much. I sometimes forget that you are squishy thin now. You should eat more. I mean, what you eat like bird?
What's up, Biggie?
Let's see.
What are you, his mother?
Hey, call me Papa.
Oh wow.
We went somewhere.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
Pineapple.
Elyndor is just like,
tater tots.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I'll lay a hand on his shoulder, invoke a few words to Moradin, and oh well, yeah, great. You're down what 5? You got you had got 10 in healing, so
Okay.
it is extra good touch.
Extra good. I don't want to know what the extra good touch is. So he's
Right.
he's good with
He's
this
extra.
5.
We are riding the edge of inappropriate streaming, but I love it. That's where I like to be, right on the razor's edge.
Just
Um,
pushing that envelope.
That's right.
Consent,
A little bit.
consent was not only given; it was asked for.
That's true. That's true. All right, so you're making preparations to enter. 2 things that I want to make sure that you address are 1, marching order as you enter into the mine, and number 2, what kind of light sources are you going to use for folks who don't have dark vision?
Well, I'll go first since I have my lantern of revealing, which gives 30 foot of light.
I
Okay.
think you should go second, and I'll push him behind me because I will be looking for traps.
Very good. I like it. You go first.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised that Ulfar was like, I'd go first. Seems like he
his
had a
lantern
moment,
is very useful, but
and it will give
like,
off light.
I have this ability to, like take partial damage if I see something coming.
Not if he's not very useful. He hits a trap and it's like cut in half or something.
That's
right,
true.
at this pole.
So I have Seraphina
Tap, tap, tap.
running point with Ulfar just behind her. What about the rest of you? Preferences on
I
where
think
you're
I
at?
should probably
and-
be third
Okay.
for using my tracking abilities to try to track whatever.
Okay.
I bring up Rudir, protect Elyndor back. I mean, he scrawny,
He's the
and
money man.
if undead come back He too tempting target.
Gotta protect the money, guys. Gotta protect the money.
It's funny as Elyndor, steps forward, you don't feel or you don't hear a whole lot of a jingle in their pocket, Ulfar, which perhaps you've been listening for.
Can I make like a perception check to see if I can hear anything?
That was your check. You're like, wait a minute, I don't hear anything.
Yeah. Maybe
That's
he's
odd.
not the money guy.
All right, so you've got illumination, you've got a marching order, you've done some preparations. Do we enter? Oh, hey, thank you so much, Canadian Ancient Gamer, for the gift sub. The Mystical Unicorn painting, 2 amazing people. Look at that. And community. You guys enter into the mine?
Yes.
All right.
Yep.
You step in. It is, other than the illumination that you have, this place is complete and utter darkness. The walls around you are narrow. They are rough-hewn, hand-carved. There are, as you continue along, let's get a round of survival checks. We'll do a group survival check. And yeah, let's start there. Hey, Anna, thank you so much for the, sorry, Ashley. Thanks, Anna.
No,
thanks for the resub. We appreciate you and your mapping. Again, just because I like to plug good people. If you're not already supporting Anna, please consider doing so.
That was from Canadian
Patrick.
Gamer.
Oh, well, I'm still going to plug Anna's maps. But thank you, Canadian
Yes.
Ancient Gamer. Thank you. Sorry, Ashley, go right ahead, please.
I would like to do mine with advantage. Can I do that? Can I use an advantage on the stealth
Absolutely.
check?
Yeah, go ahead and
Okay.
use your advantage if you'd like to. If you weren't here at the beginning of the game, folks, we had some very generous advantage donations to our players.
Oh, it's survival or is it stealth?
Yes, please.
Sorry.
Survival.
Survival. Okay.
Thank you so much, Canadian Ancient Gamer.
Dirty 20.
Whoa, nice. All right. Did anybody roll below a 10?
Yes,
got
I
10
rolled with
exactly.
advantage, and it proved to be no advantage at all. Like I've got an 8.
Okay.
Aww.
We had one failure there. All right. And then, Elara, with your tracking, give me a perception check.
That will be a 13.
Okay. First and foremost, we will talk about that. So, Elara, you see the shuffling footsteps of the undead skeleton that disappeared into the cave system, the mine. Seraphina, you don't detect any traps, but you do identify some very dicey spots in the structural integrity of this mine shaft. Areas where you look above, and with the bit of illumination coming off of Ulfar's lantern, you can see that the beams that once supported the ceiling have been splintered and broken, and on the ground there are piles of rocks as if that ceiling above you could cave in. So you're able to skirt around some of those locations without putting yourself or your companions in danger.
All right. So if you just will skirt around this area, you see like this could fall down at any time.
Yeah, the beams are aged and weathered. You can see that there are, from the main tunnel shaft, that there are branching tunnels that go off to the left and the right, areas where perhaps there was a small exploratory shaft that was hewn from the rock. You can see that there are crystals occasionally embedded in the side of the stone walls that just glimmer a little bit with the light from your lantern. But the thing that's most noticeable is the deeper you delve inside, the colder it gets. Which, for a dwarf specifically, Thrain, doesn't quite make sense. You would expect that the air and the environment, once you're inside and out of the wind and the howling snow, the gales of the weather, that there would be some level of stabilization of the atmosphere, or the temperature, I should say, inside of this cave. But it is noticeably and perhaps unnaturally getting colder.
There is something very wrong with this place. It is cold beyond reason.
Indeed, it is. It's so cold that I would like each of you to make a con save for me.
Do I get advantage because I have the thermal cube on me?
You beat me to it, but I was going to say, if you have some other means of keeping yourself warm, now might be a time to use that means, and then yes, you would have it. You can have advantage.
You know something? I'm going to pull out because it turns out that I also had selected a thermal cube
Oh,
for my
Aw.
item.
so
So
like you brought
yeah,
your little space heaters with you.
Like
Yes.
heat party.
I think some of you also in your inventory have potions of cold resistance, perhaps.
Yes.
So if you
Oh,
I'm gonna
decide
take
to,
my potion of cold resistance.
so you'll roll with advantage,
Oh, good.
and then you'll have
is
you'll
the
have
thermal
resistance.
cube enough to roll with advantage?
Yes, it is, sir.
All right. Well, in that case, because that first roll was a 1.
Oh, good God.
The second one is just a little better, but not much. I'm not having a good time with this. That is, con saves. That's right.
Yes, yes, please.
Con saves I can do. That's a 15 total.
That's a successful save.
17.
17 is successful.
23.
Very successful.
13.
Successful.
I got an 18.
So everybody succeeds. So you would take, unless you have resistance, you will take 2 cold damage. If you have resistance, you take 1. You continue to delve deeper, pushing past the cold. You can see now that the walls themselves the crystallization is not from ore or gemstones. It's actually from the frost that adheres to the cavern around you and above you. Even the floor, as you walk, there's these ice crystals that crunch beneath your feet. If you would like to, you can roll a stealth check at this time.
Ooh, got a plus 10.
Remember, everybody has a plus 10.
That is such a great spell.
27 then.
Holy moly.
28.
13.
Uh-oh.
13 as well.
You guys both rolled 3s?
Did I
rolled a
mention I'm a
natural one.
dwarven cleric in scale mail?
Do we get a plus 10, all of us?
Yes.
You do. Everybody
Oh,
does. Yep.
Pass without trace.
Understood. 23 then. 23.
That sounds better.
Yes. Plus 10.
Yes, sir.
Oh, wait.
Ooh, that's
In
pretty.
that case, a 15. Even with disadvantage.
Nice.
13. I'm just clumsy.
You are clumsy. But nevertheless, you continue forward, perhaps slipping on the ice, catching yourself, the rest of you watching your footing as a result and making your way down deeper into whatever this labyrinth of tunnels. It looks as though whatever iron mining had gone on here has long been abandoned, as you would have expected from your conversations with the Jarl and the Lady Astrid. And you ultimately, possibly with a little luck, come upon a crumbled stone archway. Behind it, you can see that at one point there was a thick wall of ice. That ice has been destroyed, chiseled away, blasted away, perhaps some other reason that it no longer stands there, but you can see what remains of what looks to have been maybe like a 2-foot thick ice wall.
Quick
Now
question.
it descends even further. 1 second, Rob. It descends even further as a corridor deeper into the mountain. Go ahead, Rob.
Blasted away in which direction?
Give me an investigation check. We'll say, yeah.
That is a 15 on the die. That's an 18 for investigation.
That's really good. The movement that caused the destruction of this insanely thick wall of ice was as if something was coming out of the depths. The opposite direction of the direction that you're moving. As if something emerged from this area.
This was my concern. Something made a jailbreak.
Is it Frostfang, perhaps? Ooh.
The more
Come
fairy
on.
tales to scare children.
Yes, we could have just cut the bear's paw off and got paid. Walking around in damp, dark tunnels like this. What's going on, guys? Come on.
I think that is
Smarter
plan
than
B.
this? That is plan B.
We
Seraphina?
can't find Frostfang. We bring back Bear.
Seraphina, give me a perception check, please.
Ken.
Okay. At one point, you take a step forward and you hear the crack of a beam beneath your feet that you hadn't seen. A wooden beam covered in ice. And as you do, you can see the ice begin to crack beneath your feet. A vein of ice cracking up the wall, up to the ceiling. And a block of ice falls from the ceiling of the tunnel in your direction. Would you like to roll a dexterity saving throw, please?
I would.
Is there any way?
Natural 20.
Just says they're
Never
looking at it.
mind.
The piercer.
26. Just leap
26
out of the
total.
way.
Yeah, you dive forward past it. It's the only response you can make at that moment, and you get out of the way. And the rest of you watch. I think Ulfar, you're next in the marching order. You see this massive chunk of ice, and it just smashes into a million pieces.
Oh, guys, just like see, she literally like she's so graceful. Where'd she go?
Seraphina, you kind of pick yourself up and dust yourself off.
That was
That's
close
a pro
one.
right there. That's a pro right there. That's a pro.
You get the sense that whatever was down here, there was no effort to shore up the ceiling or the walls. This is something different. A shaft in the stone, maybe a natural vein or a natural fissure that allows for something in the darkness to move through the space. You think to yourself, do we continue?
It's colder down as we get lower, right?
It is.
There's got to be something down there. So I don't know if Frostfang is down here, but it is colder, so something has got to be creating this cold.
Magic.
I say we check it out. What do you guys say?
Let's go.
I mean, you could turn around here. I actually have that in my notes. Ask the party if they continue.
I'm here for the good time, not a long time, so we go.
So, if we go back
Let's
to
go.
the Jarl and say we couldn't find Frostfang,
Then we go home empty-handed.
well, he hasn't got any heirs. So
I did remember they said it was guarding a great treasure. Don't you
Yeah,
want
true.
a great treasure?
I like titles too. I like titles. Let's go. I'm kidding.
You
I
could
joke,
probably
I joke.
buy a title with great treasure.
That is true. King Ulfar. I like it. Let's go.
So it sounds like you continue. And as you do, leading the way, Seraphina, you come upon an archway. This one, different from the first. The first archway you passed through was broken. This one intact. and the light from the lantern behind you casts illumination upon it, and you can see that when you get within 5 feet of the arch, it begins to glow. And you can see this archaic script carved upon its surface.
Okay, who knows the magic thingies?
Okay, Elyndor chimes back up. Now I think I can read this, because it is not just glyphs, right? It's
Correct,
actually
it's a script. Yep.
So he then casts comprehend language.
Okay. By looking at it before you cast a spell, you look at it and you can tell that is some early form of Suolese. Okay. And as you cast your spell, you read it and it's clear to you what it says. Here lies Ragnhild Iceheart, chieftain of the Cruski, in eternal slumber. Disturb not the sacred rest, lest the frost of vengeance awaken. The rest of you all as well can see this now archway as you all kind of stand there looking at it. If you are proficient in religion, you can make a religion check if you'd like.
Does Elyndor share that knowledge?
Yes, Elyndor lets the entire group know, and Dave, can you put that in chat? Just so
You got it. I was just about to do that. Here we go.
Julia being forged to main cleric, one not need worry about religion. Just bang a hammer on anvil.
I say we leave it alone.
Has it been undisturbed? Like this area is not disturbed?
Make a
Or
perception check.
okay.
What did you roll, Thrain? Religion? Or are you not, well, you're a cleric. Why don't you give me a religion check if you haven't already rolled it?
You asking me? I'm not proficient in religion. That was me joking about not being proficient. That was me joking about not being proficient in religion.
All right, well, roll anyways. Just humor me and give me a religion check.
Apparently, I may not be proficient in religion, but I pick up things here and there. That's in 18.
Okay. So you do see some iconography associated with the script that Elyndor just shared with you. And you can see that there is what appears to be a symbol of a setting sun over a snowy landscape. And there is, I will leave it at that.
I got a 22 on my perception to see if the area had been disturbed.
It has been disturbed. It looks as though something has left claw marks in the stone walls.
So something came out of that?
Definitely something came out, possibly back in and back and forth. You're not sure, but you know from the ice wall that something had kind of like erupted. And now you see that there are these massive claw marks on the walls. Ulfar, give me a history check as you look at this archway.
Something definitely came out of here.
That's a 5.
The only thing that you can recall from your upbringing when the elders were trying to instill upon you some level of respect for the religion of your people, which you probably scoffed at, there is a symbol of Vaten.
Okay.
Who you would know is essentially the god of the north. It's a deity that your people worship.
I'll relay that to the group as well, so we're kind of aware.
I guess this was a really important person. You don't think this was that, like, druid person, do you?
I mean, you mess around with magic, weird things happen.
I'm thinking this was a previous Jarl. But what do I
would-
know? I'm just a little rock gnome, not from the area. But that's what it seems like.
I will draw your attention to the Owlbear Rodeo and the map. Seraphina, you stand at the precipice, I guess, as it were. The threshold is a better word, of this archway. It is located right here. Darkness beyond it, although we'll say that there is you can see a hallway that extends into the darkness ahead. And you have to make a decision if you pass through and continue on. You've already come this far, but the cold is piercing.
Can I
Oh, it's-
look for magical traps just in case this archway
Absolutely.
sets off a trap?
Absolutely. So you examine the archway as if it might be trapped. Go right ahead and give me a perception check or investigation. Either of those would be fine.
Can I give her advantage if I'm using my lantern that can see invisible
Yes,
stuff?
you can absolutely help
There you go.
and provide advantage. Awesome.
You. Oof. Double sixes, so I get 10.
It doesn't appear to be trapped.
Looks good, everyone.
Let's
I go boldly forward with my false confidence.
All right, so I'll say that you get to about here. I'll move everybody forward a little bit. You get to about there, and you notice that there are two alcoves, one to the right, and then not more than 10, 15 feet down this corridor, illuminated by this lantern, another alcove to the left. They appear to house large statues.
I would like to look for any kind of like blow dart or like aerosol like device, like it's gonna shoot darts or fire or ice at us or poison.
Yeah, let's get a investigation check, please.
I wish I was better at investigation. You know what? I'll do it with advantage.
There you go.
Use one of those advantage rolls. There we go. 18.
All right, so you take a moment, and the rest of you watch as Seraphina goes through a process of checking what lies ahead. Specifically, Seraphina, you're looking for traps, and you examine this statue, which appears to be this regal individual with a mighty battle axe held at its side. Long beard that appears to be chiseled in the shape of an icicle. And it does indeed appear to have some sort of trap. You've delved before, you've sought traps, you've learned of different techniques. This is something that you've not seen before, but it does appear as though there is a small opening where the mouth of this individual is that is setting off there might be traps.
Does it look like there's a way to disarm it or just a way that I should circle it? Okay.
It doesn't appear as though there is any way to disarm it. If there is, it would be some sort of a hidden mechanism, possibly. But your intuition is that this thing is trapped.
Okay. Do I see like a correlating like pressure point in the floor or something that would... No?
No, you
Okay.
don't.
Then I'll just turn around and say, like, motion that its mouth is, like, shoot something, and then I will try to go by and, like, go under where it would shoot.
Okay, give me a stealth check.
Okay. And we still have pass without a trace, so that's 33.
You sneak past it without any problem and get to right here.
I will do the same thing for the next one.
All right. You give me an investigation check for this.
4. I'm sure it's exactly like the other.
Yeah, you're pretty sure it's trapped, but you're not sure with what.
Okay. I will
Well-
also look for the pressure points in the floor, just in case.
Yeah, you don't see anything.
All right, then I will sneak under its mouth like I did the other one.
All right, give me a dexterity saving throw, please.
Oh no! Curses. 19.
Good enough. As you dart forward, these ice blades come swinging out of the ceiling and the wall, spinning as you dive out of the way, and they miss you. And then they seem to like get retracted back into the wall and reset themselves, perhaps.
So that's a thing.
As you call that back and then turn and look
Squinting.
farther down the corridor, you see that there is a door below another archway, and it appears as though it's partially opened. Now, going back to the rest of you, what would you like to do? You've got 2 trapped features here in the hall.
I think I'm going to try and copy what Seraphina did. Alpha's
right.
going to try and sneak under and all that sort of stuff.
Give me a dexterity or stealth check, please.
Yeah.
Don't forget the +10.
28.
Yeah, you're able to mimic Seraphina's movements, and you get yourself to right here.
Okay.
And if you want to pass by the next feature, go ahead and give me a dex save, please.
Save. Okay. I think I'm going to use one of my advantages here because I'm not the most dexterous.
I mean, I'll try to assist if I can, like in pulling him through if I know where the blades came. I don't know how, but
That's with advantage. That's a 19.
Yeah, 19. The blades again come spinning down, but you dart forward and make it past. Let's go ahead for the other 3 of you. Let's just do it in bulk. So give me a stealth check, please, and let me know if you get a 14 or lower.
Stealth check?
Yes, please.
All right, well, then in that case, I'm doing it with advantage to cancel out the disadvantage.
You have a +10.
And then you have a +10 as well.
33.
Pass without trace. Yeah, no problem, Elara. You dart past.
Natural 1.
Oh no. Okay, what about Elyndor?
I had a natural 1, but then I with an advantage I got a 21.
Okay, so you make it past, and you look back at your friend Thrain. I use friend loosely. You look back at Thrain, who looks at you and winks, and then runs past. And as he gets just right in the blast zone, you watch as the statue glows bright blue and emits this massive breath of cold towards your friend who gets caught in it, and you're going to take a total of 8 cold damage. And you have disadvantage on dexterity saving throws for the next minute.
That's gonna hurt with the old, Raiders of the Lost Ark in the next.
the deck
Yes.
save, which is the next one.
You can just wait a minute.
It is about time. He takes out the cold resistance potion and quaffs it now because this is getting silly.
Wow, both Phantoms and the Muse just got an advantage from our friend Brungal in the chat, as well as 2 advantages each from Renreb. Thank you guys so much. You're making it ridiculously difficult for me to kill them. But that's okay.
There's still time, Dave.
That's part of the fun. That's part of the fun. All right, so everybody, the last 3 of you, go ahead and also give me dex saves as you race past the second feature. Elara, what'd you get?
21.
Yeah, you race past Elyndor.
24 with advantage.
Nice. You race in, and Thrain, with your disadvantage, you could offset that with an advantage from one of the good folks in our chat, if you'd like.
Yes, yes, I will offset. Dex save, you said?
Yes.
12.
Well, they do say that when it meets, it beats. So you make it through as the blades come down, and I'm so sorry for this, Rob, but the blades come down and catch your hat, your fur hat, and slice right through it.
Son of a beach.
Oh,
Actually, this
God.
is a winter beach.
Jerboa, thank you. That is unnecessary, but much appreciated. I now have 5 advantages.
Hey,
Oh, no!
I would need new hat for boat ride home because I no get on boat without hat.
I hope that was, decorative hat.
You're all kind of piled in now in this space at this doorway that is partially ajar. Seraphina,
It's cozy.
it is cozy. You guys are all sort of like right up next to each other.
And with
Body
the
heat.
thermal cube, it's quite nice.
It's toasty. It's toasty. It's been a long journey, and you've become quite good friends, but not that close. And you look forward into what appears to be a broad cavern. Let me illuminate this cavern for you. Let's see. There we go. All right, so you find yourself, let me get rid of these things. I had so many plans, but here we go. All right, this is the plan now. You got to adapt and overcome. All right, so here we go. You find yourselves staring into a broad chamber covered in ice. And you can see as well as the floor that you've been traversing has gotten thicker with ice, and it's slippery. And you're finding yourselves dealing with what we call in 5th edition as difficult terrain. As you slip and slide your way towards this door and sort of gaze in, you can see that there is a huge chamber. What would you like to do? You're kind of all bunched up at the door, so it's hard to tell. I'm not going to give you too many details yet until you decide to move around a little bit. What would you like to do?
Are we all like sort of little rascals in the doorway, sort of?
Yeah, just one head stacked upon
One
each
head.
other. Yeah. With Elara's cute little gnomish face at the bottom.
Yeah.
Would a potion of climbing help with the slipperiness, or that's just the actual climb action?
I would say that the wall, if you look around in here, you can see that the walls are covered in ice as well. It would help you climb the ice, but I think it would still be difficult terrain.
Okay.
Yep.
I am going to take my hempen rope and I'm going to tie it around my waist, and I'm just going to hand it to the next person in line and say, like if one of us slips, it's okay because, the rest of us will pull them up.
Yeah.
Any
Teamwork.
takers?
Holds on to it. Yeah.
Yes.
Ulfar's
Okay.
like, sure.
All right, at least
Pass it
hold
back.
on.
Pass it back.
Or when she slips, she pulls everyone else down.
I've got like a small hand axe ready in case that happens.
So you guys are all holding onto a rope, essentially? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, I'm putting away my pole
Okay.
and
Pretty much,
collapsing,
yeah.
and I've
All right.
got my
Sort of like
short
Anchoring
sword out
ourselves.
and the rope, which is tied around me.
Okay. All right, so you're going to move forward then into the space?
I'm gonna look for traps, like another gateway kind of glyph thing, just in case.
Roll
Yeah,
an
dude.
investigation check.
Thought you'd get me so careful.
I know. I'm like, you want to go? Huh? Come on. You want to go?
Yeah, just run through that doorway.
16.
Ooh, you get the sense that this entrance is not trapped.
Okay, totally safe this time. I walk into the space.
All right, so you start to move into the space, and you guys are all kind of bunched up because you're all holding onto a rope. Is that correct?
Correct, a 50-foot rope.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so as you enter into this space, I'll talk a little bit more about it so we have a good layout here of what you're seeing. So you can see that there is it's an intentionally constructed chamber. The walls have been chiseled with great care, and I would say, you know, not to sort of like stereotype dwarves, but Thrain, you would say like this is pretty good craftsmanship. It's not dwarven, but it's pretty good, especially this deep. It is brutally cold. Oh my gosh, we're in a hype train. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for that. It's brutally cold in here. Everything, the floor, the walls, the ceiling, everything is covered in ice. You see frozen, lifeless bodies. In fact, Seraphina, at your feet, you can see that there is a frozen body that is, you almost mistake it because it's so hard to see, but it's like right under your feet, and it's sort of like this blob in the floor. But all of the ice is encasing it. You look to the left, you can see another near what appears to be an area where the wall has sort of caved in a little bit. You can see that there are broken braziers here to your left and to your right. There is also to your right a pile of gold with two large chests. Ulfar, as you step into the space and look to the right, your eyes get big. You can see as well that there is a massive chasm that runs through the space. And there are strange glowing lights that just kind of dance slowly and gently within the chasm, calming. The bridge that traverses the chasm itself encased in ice as well. But most interestingly, I would think, I mean, aside from the massive amounts of gold that you now see, is the brazier in the upper northeast and southeast corners are glowing with this blue glow. Beyond the bridge, you see another archway right here, and what appears to be a massive stone sarcophagus. What would you guys like to do?
What say you that, you know, these magical braziers are probably trapped?
It
So
looks like, yeah.
we should take care of magical braziers first.
I'm thinking the braziers might be the source of the cold.
I think that's a very good idea. Yeah, I think they're doing something. Do these ones that are broken look like they've been like damaged physically or by other means that we can tell from that distance?
As you make your way to investigate, Ulfar, we'll say you kind of go up here and take a look at the one to the north. It looks as though the stone wall is caved in a bit and probably crushed it. And similarly with the one to the south, if you were to investigate, it looks like perhaps the environment, you get the sense this is an ancient chamber, and it is brutally cold. Let's get a con save from everybody. As you step into the chamber, you feel the cold emanating perhaps from this chasm, perhaps from, as you are hypothesizing, from the braziers. It's unclear, but I do need a con save.
With advantage if we have a thermal cube or no?
Yes, if you have a thermal cube, you have advantage. If you have a potion of cold resistance, I'll say you can have advantage as well. Okay. Hey, thanks for the raid, everybody. We appreciate you. This is Virtual Greyhawk Con, and we're having a blast with it. We like to call it Hawktober, but if you're interested in learning more about it, get in on this Greyhawk fun. We appreciate it. Our good pal, Lord Gazumba, is the one who organizes it all, and there's been a bunch of games all weekend long. It's been super great. Thanks for joining us. And we do have a giveaway. I'm just going to say that, and then I'm going to shut up and hear what my players want to do.
I didn't even
was it
roll
con save?
with advantage. I got an 18 on the die, so 25.
And that is for your con save. All right, that is a success. Yes. Did anybody
30,
roll
20.
less than a 12? Let's just go that route. 12 or less. Excuse me, less
I
than
had
a
a
12.
12.
You're
but-
good. That if it meets, it beats. So 11 or less, I should say. Anyone? All right. So those of you who succeeded will take 1 point of damage. If you have resistance, you'll take 0. That is cold damage. You look around. It's bitter cold. There are riches as you look across the chasm. You can see there are piles of gold that have been stacked and piled against the wall. There are these beautiful, albeit ice-covered chests that line the wall. This is certainly some sort of a treasure hoard. And given what you have read upon the script of the archways, probably Ragnhild Iron Fist's hoard of treasure. For those of you who have backstories that connect with powerful weapons, shall we say? I'm looking at Elyndor and Thrain specifically. The hair on the back of your neck stands up at this point. Iceheart. Ragnhild Iceheart, sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Elyndor is actually, he's not even looking at the chest or the gold. He's eyeing directly through the archway to the sarcophagus. And his feeling is that what he has been searching for is inside it. And so he's less interested, and he's more hopeful that the other people in the party would be drawn towards the gold and the chests and whatnot, as opposed to what's inside the sarcophagus. But he also understands that this place is not, it's too quiet. It doesn't, it can't be left just like this. So, and he feels that too. So he feels like he's close, but he also feels like he's in real danger.
Yes, he does.
Any of these bodies that are laying around it, do they look to semi like resemblance of the skeleton sort of things we just fought? Do they look like they might have any
Not
sort of
really.
blue glow about them?
Ulfar,
No?
when you take stock of these bodies, and rightly so, they appear to be as if they had just fallen, but they are covered in ice. So they're not like there was no decomposition whatsoever. They don't appear to have been torn limb from limb like the bodies that you had encountered at the outside of this cave complex.
Mm-hmm. Okay. We cross the bridge.
I mean, what do you say? Like, do we like shoot one of them with fire? Like, I motion over to Elyndor.
It wouldn't hurt. Just for safety reason.
So sure, Elyndor doesn't. He thinks it's reasonable, and he says a little. He pulls out his spell book and he waves his hand, and a small bolt of fire casts towards the north eastern brazier.
Okay, Firebolt, give me an attack roll.
Okay. Uh, 12. But I could do that with I can't. Could I do that with advantage or no?
You have to use the advantage. You have to mention that you're going to use the advantage before the roll. Yep.
No problem.
All right, so you fire off the firebolt, and the blaze hits the brazier, covers it with flame, and the cold burn of that blue flame pulls that energy in, and it becomes blue, and it grows in its height. The flame's height grows.
Okay, maybe we not do that again. That seemed to backfire.
Yeah, that seemed to make it worse. So maybe we need to go and just like knock them over, or
As you
Or
say
is it-
that, you feel this chamber shake. Almost as
Or
if
maybe
like
we search for
a,
what we look for.
a
Sorry, Jay.
small, almost as if it's a small tremor. The whole place kind of shakes. You slip a little bit, but maintain your footing.
Or maybe we search very quickly for what we came for and get the hell out of here.
right? Do you want to
Yes.
go across the bridge?
No, but
I'm going to
As quick as we
activate
can.
my winged boots,
Ooh.
and I softly lift just an inch off the ground as
Nice.
we walk towards the bridge.
Dave, is there a ceiling to this cavern?
Yes.
Meaning,
Yep. The cavern it's about 20 feet above you. The
okay,
ceiling.
so that goes across the chasm, meaning that because obviously it looks like there's on the north and south sides that the chasm breaks through the walls.
Yeah, it like cuts through the chamber.
right,
As if perhaps it has grown in
Okay.
its width.
but above us there's a ceiling that goes all the way across.
Yes, absolutely.
So Elyndor drinks one of his potions of climbing, and he will attempt to scale the wall.
Okay. You scale the wall and get up on the ceiling. It's
Yep.
difficult terrain because it's coated in ice, but you're able to do so.
Elora's
Seraphina,
gonna
you're kind
follow.
of. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead,
Elora's
Elara.
going to follow and then assume like an overwatch position in the middle of the bridge.
Okay. All right. So
Crossbow
Seraphina,
out.
you're floating forward, I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm.
Elara is standing here. Elara, give me a dexterity saving throw. And are you still holding onto a rope?
Yes, but I'm not holding it that as close. I'll be further back along it to give her space.
Got it.
I'm gonna do it with advantage.
That's smart. That's very smart.
$21.
You begin to feel your feet slipping a bit, but you maintain your balance as you begin to make your way across. What are Thrain and Ulfar and Elyndor doing?
I think I'm going to make my way to the bridge as well. So about there.
Okay. Thrain?
Thrain is going to just move to a more central position. He's got no interest in going over White Chasm unless absolutely necessary.
Understood.
And
As- Oh, go ahead, Elyndor.
No, I was going to say Elyndor is going to try to get across the chasm, but at the on the roof or the junction between the wall and the roof.
Okay, so yeah, you're climbing along the ceiling of this
Kind of.
chamber, essentially. I love it. Seraphina, as you float an inch above the surface, it poses no problem for you. Elara, you're following behind, and
I'm gonna stop in the middle of the bridge.
you stop in the middle of the bridge, and you just kind of peer down into this dark abyss. It is the darkest of darks that you've ever seen. The only thing that illuminates are these blue glowing. You're not even sure what they are, but they're not lights. They're like a mist, maybe some sort of particle floating in the air. It's very unclear, but you feel the entire chamber shake again. And you catch yourself, you look, and as you gaze down into the darkness, you see two blue glowing eyes. My friends, you hear a growl that echoes from the chasm. you feel this chamber shake, catching yourself. Elara poised very precariously upon the bridge. Ulfar, you look forward and you can feel something is imminent. Suddenly, you see as a creature jumps from the space, from the chasm, and lands on the ice, roaring. Roll initiative. You have awoken the Frostfang.
Okay, is no polar bear.
Real, guys, it's real.
It is real. It is so real.
It is real.
You're seeing it, Peter.
25 to 20 on initiative. 15 to 20.
18.
18 for our good friend Ulfar. 10 to 15. Uh-oh.
Oh no.
5 to 10.
Try and remember us being told story as child and wetting bed and we won't talk about that. 5.
I got an 8.
All right.
I'm right there with you, Dwayne. 5.
All right. So
Oh,
8 for
no,
Seraphina. 5 for Elara. What's going on with Elyndor?
Elyndor 4.
Okay. 5 for Thrain.
Wow.
And a 4 for Elyndor.
This is going to be fine. It's all tactical maneuvers. Tactical.
That's
Sit
right.
back and watch. It's tactical.
Quick question: was there any chance of getting a perception check, or you've seen it and getting a surprise round before it jumps out? You said I
There
looked over.
wasn't. It came so fast out of this chasm, like the speed at which it came out was terrifying to you. It is
That makes sense.
Ulfar's turn. What would you like to do, Ulfar?
Okay. Right. So drinking a potion, is that bonus action?
That is a bonus action if you're drinking it yourself, yes. If you're administering
Perfect.
a potion to someone else, it's an action.
Nope. I'm going to just down my potion of hill giant strength.
Oh, nice.
Glug, 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 glug. Chuck that. And well, I'm just going to fire my longbow at it. Just see what happens. Right. From that distance. A 10. Does a 10 hit?
10, I'm afraid, does not hit.
Okay. Try a second attack then. Oh, that might be at 17.
A 17, my friend, does not hit.
These arrows are just going dink, dink.
Ping, ping. It's almost as if the frost that covers the fur of this creature, it acts as an armor as your arrows reflect off of it.
Jeez. What am I going to do? Is this bridge difficult terrain? Is it slippery?
It is.
Okay. That's half movement, isn't it?
Yes.
You can use the rope
gonna
as you get across.
I'm going to get to about there. That's all I'm going to get to. And that'll end my turn.
I love it. I love it. All right. That brings us to Frostfang. Now, the way that I developed Frostfang is I've got 6 different things that it can do, and I'm going to roll a d6 to find out what it does.
Oh, I see.
All right, this is perfect. It emits an icy roar, a bone-chilling roar that sends shockwaves through the air. Seraphina, I need you to make a con save, please.
I would like to do with advantage, please.
That's smart.
14.
Unfortunately, that is not successful. You do take 4 thunder damage, and you are pushed 10 feet back. Give me a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. Dex save. 23.
Nice. So you get pushed back and you get precariously close to the edge, but you right yourself and hold on and pull yourself away from slipping off the edge. So we'll say you.
I am flying, so.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Are you flying or hovering? I can't remember what those boots do.
Well, I've got boots of flying.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I mean, I technically was only hovering at the time, but if I went out into space, I would be flying.
Yeah. So you're good. Like you don't have to worry about falling off the precipice. Unfortunately, the others don't share that same luxury, and this thing gets multiple attacks. So we'll see what it does next. I need everyone to make a wisdom saving throw, please. As it unleashes that roar, the presence, the frightening presence of this creature
with advantage,
commands
please.
your attention.
Yes, I'm rolling with advantage. Because I've got nothing. Oh, that's not a bad roll. 18 for me.
That's a success.
19.
19 is a success.
16.
That's a failure.
17?
That's a success.
Okay.
What about you, Doc?
We're rolling
wisdom saves. Wisdom?
Yep, no problem. 22.
That's a success. So Thrain, you have the frightened condition, which means you cannot move towards the creature that is eliciting that response. You can try to make that save again on the end of each of your turns. Okay?
It's no concern. I had no intention of moving closer.
Smart. And the rest of you, because you saved, have immunity to that particular attack again. So keep that in mind and make sure you let me know. Oh, shit. So for its third attack, because it does get 3, it is going to unleash a frost breath attack against Elara and Ulfr, who are on the bridge. It's just it roars, knocking Seraphina back as she sort of backpedals through the air. And then the frightening presence is evoked, and then it looks at you, and I need you guys, as it erupts with this frost breath, to give me a con save.
I'm going to use
With
another
advantage, yeah.
advantage on this. Yeah.
Also remember, if you have cold resistance, that'll be important here.
Yeah.
I got
11.
11, that's a failure. You take 14 points of cold damage.
13.
Resistance, I took
13 is a failure. You take 14 points of cold damage.
22.
So for cold resistant, is that hard?
22 is a success. You take 7. Those of you that failed are restrained until the end of your next turn. You are stuck
Potion
in
of cold
place.
resistance. That just gives me advantage.
That would reduce the damage by half.
So
Okay.
8, then that's cool. No, 7, sorry.
Yep, 7.
8 or 7.
7. But you are
Are we still
restrained.
restrained?
Yep, you
Still
are
restrained,
restrained
okay.
because you failed the save. Let's see, I think I have
Yeah.
Incapacitated. 1 second here. Okay, I guess I don't have a restrained token. Oh yeah, there we do. There we go. All right, so you guys are restrained. It is Seraphina's turn. You watch as your friends are hit with this blast of ice breath, and they look as though they're stuck to the bridge. What would you like to do?
I would like to, if I untie the rope, is that an action?
No, you can interact with an object as a free action.
Okay, I will untie my rope, and I'm gonna run over to the brazier that's to the south and try to knock it over.
Okay. All right.
I mean, like, does it look like something I could tip over, or would I be more effective, like, hitting it?
It's a big stone brazier. It seems like you would need to like smash it with something.
Okay.
I don't know what you're intending to hit it with, or you could try to like push it. Either of those might work depending on, like your abilities.
My
Essentially,
strength is not very strong, so I
Yeah.
would like to like try to hit it, and destroy it that way.
All right, what are you going to hit it with?
Oh gosh, my short sword. And
Yeah,
I
give it a try.
Yeah, I'm not going to use my green flame blade since that seemed to help the other one. Okay. Come on. 22?
22 definitely hits. Go ahead and roll some damage.
For 8 damage.
Yeah, you hack down on it and parts of it chip to the side. You can see the flame kind of sputter a little bit. It looks like there was some sort of a response from the attack attempt.
Okay. And then I will run, if I can, I'll run back and I'll pick up the rope.
Yeah, you can. You can sort of like run through the air, your feet just kind of like pedaling you forward as you fly. Kind of Mary Poppins like. All right, that is Seraphina's turn. Let's go to Elara. You are restrained, so you are frozen in place. You can make attack rolls, but they are at disadvantage. And attack rolls against you, unfortunately, are with advantage. What would you like to do?
You're muted. There we go.
Hunter's mark.
Okay.
And
Hunter's mark.
then I will shoot it using advantage to counter the disadvantage. So it's a
Okay.
straight roll.
All right, I like it. I like it.
That is a 19 to hit.
That will hit.
That is wrong one. 5 plus Hunter's mark damage. 8 total.
8 total. Yeah, your shot rings true and it takes the shot to the chest. Okay.
And I'm done because I can't do anything else. Oh, second attack. I get 2 attacks.
There we go.
Sorry. I forgot that in the earlier encounter.
It will be with disadvantage unless you use one of your advantages to counteract.
Right. Well, it doesn't matter. That one's a 2 for the first roll anyway, so it misses.
Okay, so it misses. And at the end of your turn, so not right now, but you will no longer be restrained as your turn ends. Okay. That brings us to Thrain. Was frightened.
Thrain
Yeah.
looks at the thing and says, "Hey, you, son of motherless polar bear. This is for teasing I took as child after bad night's dreams." And I am tossing a upscaled guided bolt at it. We're gonna cast it
Nice.
at level 3, guiding bolt.
Awesome.
And I'm drawing that with advantage because I've got too many of them and I need to use them.
Use them up.
And that's great because one of them was a 1, the other was not. That is a 20, dirty 20.
That will hit. Roll me some good old-fashioned damage.
Ooh, okay. Oh, nice. 25 points of damage.
Wow, very nice. Okay. Yeah, that's a massive blast. This shot of arcane energy, divine energy impacts the creature, and just you can almost feel the whole space shudder. Pieces of ice like fall, not dangerously, but fall to the ground around you as it howls.
And the next person to attack it automatically gets advantage.
That's amazing. Do you want to move or do a bonus action of any kind?
Yeah. He's going to move a little closer to the exit. He doesn't need to be that close.
All right. I love it. Elyndor, it's your turn with Ulfar on deck.
Yeah, so Elyndor is up, kind of perched up high, hopefully away from this thing, looking at what's going on, and he's gonna cast Fireball on him.
I mean, it seems reasonable to me.
He's frosty, and we're gonna toast a frosty guy.
All right, so I'm going to make a dexterity saving throw.
Yep.
You know what? I'm going to use one of my advantages from Brungal.
Trouble.
Yep, that is trouble. Ooh, that's a 19.
Okay.
Oh,
Does that work?
Yeah, it's a 14 dex saving throw, so you'll take half.
Hey, I'm
And
only
so-
down to 4 advantages now, so
So half of 23 is
16?
11?
No,
11?
no,
or 12?
11. Yeah, my math is bad. 11 points of damage.
Round down or round up?
I usually round down.
Okay, so 11.
Okay, nice
Not bad.
shot.
Yeah.
Massive
pretty good.
fireball
And-
races across the space. Where are you? Oh, you're climbing along the wall down here, aren't you?
Does
You
the
little
does
rascal.
the
There he
does
is.
does the fire do anything to him because he's cold or not? No, is there?
I mean,
anything
it burns
special?
the shit out of his fur, Bob. What else do you want?
Well,
I'm just kidding.
melted something, extra damage.
It does. From what you can tell, as you're clinging to the wall like Spider-Man, and you hurl this fireball, it really pissed him off.
Okay,
So-
maybe we not take pelt.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely singed and burned. You can smell the odor of burning hair in the space. It's not great.
Okay.
Anything else from Elyndor? Do you want to keep moving or?
Sorry about that. Elyndor. Dave, this is an archway, right? Oh, sorry, I don't have my
Right here?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, there's an archway right here, and then behind it is this sarcophagus.
Yeah, so do I have enough? Let's see. Can I climb along the ceiling and up and through the archway into the area? Like through here into where the sarcophagus
I would
is?
say, given sort of like spatial reference of climbing across the ceiling then down, you
Yeah.
would have to sort of like, I think you could get to the archway, but you couldn't get through it on this turn.
Okay. All right. He's
Yep.
gonna do that. So he's still on the kind of he's still up high, so he's not necessarily all the way down, but he is kind of right next to the archway.
Okay. Ulfar.
Okay, I'm restrained, so I can't
Yes.
move. So I'm just gonna fire my longbow. Do I get advantage, or is that gone?
You will have
From his guiding
disadvantage because you're restrained, but the guiding bolt is active, so you get a straight roll.
Okay, let's go. Ooh, that's good. 23.
That definitely hits. Nice shot. What do we got for damage?
Thank you. That is going to be 8 points of piercing for my first.
What kind of a bow is this?
Just a normal standard longbow.
Okay.
Nothing magical, unfortunately. Oh, that's another nice 22.
That will hit as well.
That is also, that's 9 points of piercing.
Okay.
As I just go.
Yeah, you guys are landing some hits. Those last 2 shots didn't seem to really do as much as you'd hoped.
No, but that's all I can do. That's all
Okay.
I'm able to do for the moment.
All right,
So
and
I
now
can
at the end of your turn, you're no longer restrained. So let me see if I can
Perfect.
get rid of those. Yeah, there we go.
Yep, that's my turn.
Okay. All right. That brings us to Frostfang. So let me roll. Oh, nice. All right. So Frostfang is going to leap towards Elyndor and is going to make a claw attack at you, Elyndor. And I would be remiss if I didn't use an advantage because Brungal gave them to me. I'm going to take a picture of this. Hold on. I'll send this to you, Bob, as a memento of this adventure. I rolled a 1,
Oh.
but I also rolled a natural 20.
Oh, no.
So with a claw attack. Ooh, Bob. "28 slashing damage, Bob, Elyndor, as this claw like reaches up and just scrapes at you as you're trying to climb towards the archway.
Okay.
Give me an athletics check. Or no, let's do a dexterity saving throw. I want to see if you fall off the wall after being hit.
Okay. Let me get back. Dex saving throw with advantage.
Sorry, Jerboa Tamer, I misspoke. You are the one that are responsible for the carnage that's about to take place, and I thank you very much. What was the save?
15.
Respect.
15. You maintain your hold on the wall, although you take a massive claw damage as this thing rakes across your chest. Red crimson blood just spills all over the icy ground beneath you, and the creature roars at you, and that was only its first attack. Let's see what it does on its second. It is another claw attack. It is going to take another swing at you. I'll be nice and I'll just roll a straight roll this time, because it does have a third attack as well. And I missed with a 2. It reaches up and you start to like scramble out of the way, hanging on as best you can as its claws scrape against the ice. And
Hey,
let's see.
Dave,
Yeah?
I guess my question is, when can I use my reaction to these?
Anytime during your turn when there's something that elicits the reaction. And you can use it
Like-
once per round. So what do you
meaning
have?
like-
Tell me what you have.
Well, shield.
Oh yeah, you can throw a shield up.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I don't know if, but the shield doesn't. You got a natural 20 on the other. That would raise my AC to. It would raise it 5 points to 22, but that
You know
still
what?
doesn't.
Here we go. So the first attack hit you with a natural 20. The second attack missed you.
Okay.
It's going to make a third attack, and I just rolled for a bite. So I would
Okay.
use your shield
Okay.
here.
It's
Let me roll to see what it does first, because I think
Sure.
you can wait until I can't remember, but I think you can wait till the results of the roll.
I can result. Yeah.
Yeah,
Shield
and
lasts until the end or the start of your next turn. So whenever you cast
plus
it, it
5.
raises
yeah, you
plus
don't
5
lose it
for-
right away.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and use my advantage from Jerboa Tamer on this one as it claws at you. First time hits you good, goes ravenous, misses you with the second attack, but it's gonna try to bite you now. This is not pretty. That is going to be a total of 17 to hit.
So he will use his shield because AC is 17, and
Yeah.
so then that bumps me up to 22.
Yep. So it bites at you and latches on, but somehow with your magical response, you are able to withstand and take no damage. It is Seraphina's turn with Elara on deck.
Okay. I again drop the rope. I disengage. I run over here and I attack the brazier again with my sword, short
Okay.
sword. Okay. Oh. 8. It's not good. Yeah, and let's see. So that was. Do I have any? No. I mean, I used my bonus action to disengage, so that's it. I just.
All right, Elara with Thrain on deck. We're closing in.
Elara, you're still muted.
All right. I'm gonna do shoot. First attack is a 23 to hit.
That hits. Nicely done. Roll some damage.
That is 11 damage with the crossbow bolt plus
Nice.
Another
Takes
3
another
damage.
bolt.
Another 3 damage of Hunter's Mark. Second attack
Come on, hit it.
is a 15.
15 does not hit, unfortunately.
And I'm just gonna.
You do have
I'm
the
just
ability to
gonna
move now, like you're not restrained anymore, so you can move.
Actually, I think I will. I'm gonna squeeze by. Here. Basically, I'm gonna move and be right next to the bridge there. For some reason, it's not letting me grab it.
Where do you want to go? I can help you out.
Right there.
Okay, gotcha. Yes, you back off and jump off the bridge. Got it. All right. That brings us to Thrain.
Hey, you know what? I have another spell slot for for an upscaled guiding bolt. So let's do this again. With advantage. And oh man, 19 and a nat 20.
Wow, nicely done. So you
19 on a die and a nat 20.
So for when you roll damage, you roll as normal, but then on the dice, you add the max damage on the dice.
All right. Oh, this is going to be a hell of a lot of damage.
Bob, I just responded to your message in chat.
Okay.
Dave, that is 60 points of damage.
Wow. What kind of attack was this?
Guiding bolt upscaled.
Wow.
I rolled 20,
blast.
24 24 on the 66, and then max damage is 36 on 66.
Yeah. Wow. Nicely done. Yeah, this huge bolt comes flying out of nowhere, really, as the rest of you are engaged in combat and trying to save yourself from slipping off the bridge, trying to smash braziers, and there's this massive eruption of light. It's radiant energy, isn't it, Rob?
Yes, it is.
And the entire place shakes, and big chunks of ice break off from the ceiling and drop down. Nothing that's in danger of damaging you, but smashing on the floor of the space. Anything else from Thrain? Sheesh.
I told you. That was a lot of teasing.
Nicely done. Wow, that was huge. Elyndor, it is your turn with Ulfar on deck.
Okay. So Elyndor is going to get into the sarcophagus room by moving.
You will take an attack of opportunity from this creature.
Even though that's like moving towards him.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay, his shield's still up.
You want to do it?
I guess my question is, my shield's still up.
It was until the end of your next turn. Is that correct?
I think it's from the beginning, but
Rules. How dare you,
a
rules?
shield spell.
Look it
okay.
up, Bob. It should be on your character sheet.
Yeah, let me look.
Is that going to determine whether or not you make the move?
Invisible barrier, magical force appears, protects you until the start of your next turn.
Oh, so it does not. It's not active anymore.
But but I guess my question
cast
is,
it again.
that I can cast it again.
For sure. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So I can do it as a reaction to it.
Yep.
Yep.
So yeah, he's going to move into the his movement is going to be into the sarcophagus room.
Okay. This guy's going to make an attack on you. I'm going to use advantage.
And it's like a single attack or like all three attacks?
No, it's just going to be a single claw attack.
All right.
And I don't know if that's going to hit. 16? I don't think that hits. Yep.
No.
It swings at you as you go into the space.
Okay. And then he casts knock on the sarcophagus.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. The sarcophagus just kind of, you can hear this grinding noise.
I don't have any action left to push it, do I?
No.
Okay. He's gonna
Actually, you know what, Bob? Actually, you get to interact with an object for free. So give me a athletics check.
Right. With advantage.
Okay.
So that's that, and 10.
You push, you look over your shoulder, the creature having just swung at you, and you can't get it to budge.
Okay.
You're going to need some help, it seems like.
All right, that's my turn.
Ulfar.
Okay. I'm going to try and get across this bridge. So
It's a bridge too
is
far.
that going to be half movement? Yeah.
Yeah,
Just
because it's
touch.
difficult terrain.
So that would be 15 of movement. So that gets me to there. Where I want it to be. I'm going to dash. I'm going to use my action to dash.
Okay.
So that will get me to about there. And then, well, that's my action. I'm going to use my bonus action to use second wind and get some hit points back.
Oh, very
I'm gonna
smart.
need them in a minute. Yeah. So
Okay.
It's gonna get, oh, that's good. 15 hit points returned. That's good.
Do you want to say anything epic? You can always, guys, you can always say epic shit on your turn.
Yeah.
That's
I'm
a
just
free
gonna,
action.
Smash my spear against my shield. Just be like, face me, like that. Try and get his attention.
You know what? It works. It works.
Elyndor.
Yeah, it definitely gets your attention. Or you get its attention, I should say. All right, so I've got a couple of advantages left. All right, so it is going to its turn, and Seraphina, you're on deck. Ooh, it turns towards you, Ulfar, and it is going to make a claw attack. I'm going to use advantage. That's going to be a dirty 21. 21s are so dirty.
Filthy.
They are filthy dirty. All right, so let's see. You're going to take 16 slashing damage on the first attack. You watch as its tail, which you had not seen yet, comes around and smashes into you, potentially. Ulfar, I will use another advantage. I'm just going to use them all up on this turn. Ice Whip Tail. 28 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit.
That is going to be a total of 17 bludgeoning damage. Make a dex save, please.
Okay, well, I'm going to use one of my advantages for this. And that's a natural 20 for a 22.
You maintain your footing. It does not knock you down. But it does have its last attack.
Oh, no.
And it lines you up for a frost breath. Give me a con save, please. As it belches this cold, frosty, arcane energy in your direction.
That's a 10.
Oh, shit. So you are restrained.
Oh, so close.
You take 14 cold damage. And are currently restrained.
How long does the potion, is that permanent, the potion, or is that, let's be able to, for 1 hour, so I'm still within the hour
Yep,
of it.
so take half of that.
So that's 7 points.
Yep. And you are restrained again. That is its turn.
Ulfar's looking really rough.
Seraphina, it's your turn.
All right. I would like to hit this brazier with advantage. My last advantage. That's all I got. With my short sword.
Okay. Yeah, I'm out of advantages too. You lucky.
Double 10, 16.
16. You hit it. Give me a damage
All right.
roll.
Okay, come on. That's right. That one. Oh, no, hold on. That's not the right one. I have too many weapons. Short
So
sword.
many daggers. Dagger. Short sword.
7.
7. You crack into it, and it starts to chip away, and a block of it falls off, and lands on the ground, and the flames begin to seep out onto the floor. Instead of being held in the brazier themselves, they slide onto the icy floor, and they start to illuminate the ground around your feet. Give me a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. 13.
13. You're able to, I would say, probably jump up on top of one of those chests that's right next to you. We'll just move you right there.
Well,
As
can I
this,
just fly?
oh yeah,
slightly
I forget
higher?
you're flying. Yeah, you're able to like float up out of the way as the flames just, and the brazier goes out. Like the flames go out, but they kind of like erupted a little bit towards you. Anything else
How
from
is that? Did
Seraphina?
anything happen? Okay, so then I'm going to move. Hold on, I have 30 feet. Where's the... Sorry, the movement tool. Which one is the movement tool that measures?
It looks like a protract or a triangle.
Okay. I'm going to... I'm okay. I'm gonna move like right over here. I'm gonna go for the second one.
Okay. All right.
Flying.
Flying. All right, I love it. All right, so it is Elara's turn with Thrain on deck.
All right. Let's go. Shoot.
You gonna take a shot?
14 on
14 does not hit.
All right. And I'm gonna shoot again. Using my last advantage. That's a 21.
21 definitely hits.
There's 10 damage from the crossbow bolt, and max damage 6 for the hunter's mark.
Is that a total of 16?
16, yes.
All right, this thing is looking really upset. It is riddled with bolts and arrow shafts. It is burned, singed, and it is angry as it howls. Seraphina, or excuse me, Elara, do you want to move at all, or do you want to stay where you are? Sorry, you got muted. I'm sorry. You're gonna stay where you are?
Stay where I am, and bonus action potion healing.
Okay, Thrain.
Well, I'm out of the highest level of slots, but I've got more upscaling. Not quite as much, but I still salty about the bad dream. So another advantage, another guiding bolt. This one level lower than the last.
God, these guiding bolts are brutal. I love it.
That is 22.
That will hit.
That is 22 points of damage.
Oh my God. Okay. It reels backwards. As it gets hit with the energy, it gets slammed against the wall and sort of has to catch itself and right itself. Looks back at you. Still up, but not looking good, you guys. You're so close. Thrain, do you want to move or use a bonus action?
I don't have a bonus action really. I don't think I have a bonus action really worth using, to be honest with you.
All right. We'll move over to Elyndor. Elyndor, you're pushing on the lid of the sarcophagus, trying to get it to move, and it's so damn heavy, and you can see this creature just outside the archway getting blasted with energy. What are you going to do back there?
The last time my push was not my action, or wasn't my action. That was my
It was like a free action.
free action.
Yep.
Can you give me another free action plus a plus me doing an action? Can I give
You
it
could
a
use,
push?
yeah, you could use your action. If you use your action, you can roll with advantage. and use your athletics.
So what if I tried to take the guy down, but then that would be my action and I wouldn't be able to make a push.
You could use a
Correct.
free action to push again, but it'd just
Okay.
be a straight
All right.
athletics roll.
Cool. All right.
Yep.
So that's what I'm going to do. So he has one more fireball.
Oh, okay.
That's what he's going to cast. I gotta make sure. Can I direct it a little bit away from my buddy here, just so that he doesn't get the singe effects here. Let's see. I got it's 20-foot radius. So
You know, sometimes sacrifices need to be made.
Well, I guess my question, Dave, to you is because I got some other strategy.
You're pretty sure that if you try to get too cheeky with it, you're going to either hit yourself or
Yeah.
Ulfar.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
Then he's not going to do that. Then he's going to cast magic missile at 3rd level.
Okay. Roll some damage, please.
No problem. So that's 3d4. So that's 9 plus 3 is 12.
12 damage?
12.
Okay. Jeez, you guys are so damn close. All right. You can use your free action to try to push if you want.
Yep. So he's going to do that.
Okay.
And you want athletics?
Yes. Just a straight roll athletics.
10 again.
Yeah, it's just not, you need help. You're not strong enough to do this on your own. You're going to need someone's assistance.
Okay.
Do you want to move or do anything else? Bonus action?
I don't think I can bonus action much. And moving, I think if I move, it's going to draw a opportunity attack, I would presume, right?
You're tucked away in the corner where it wouldn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's going to move then. He's going to go, let's see. He's realized that he needs more help. So he's going to move out of here, out of the area and pop up to you.
All right. Ulfar, you are currently restrained until the end of this turn. What would you like to do?
Okay, well, with my spear, I have a 5-foot reach. I'm able to attack him normally, would I? Or would that still be a disadvantage?
It would be with disadvantage because you're restrained.
Okay, that's fine. I will use my advantage to make it a straight roll.
Lovely.
Let's go in. That's a 12. That's going to miss.
Shit. Yeah, but you have a second attack, don't you?
I have a second attack.
Do you have any more advantages?
Second. I do. I have one more.
All right.
So let's see.
Come on!
That's a 5. So that's a 13.
Oh, no. Yeah, that's not good.
That's not good.
That's not good. So far.
I'm just like... So with my
hey, you know, here's the good news, Shiv, is that you're no longer restrained.
Okay.
But you completely missed. Yeah, you might be in a bit of trouble.
But with use my bonus action to drink my potion because I'm going to need that in a minute.
Yeah. Okay. Seraphina, you're going to be up after the Frostfang, so get ready.
Oh, all right.
All right, here we go.
That's helped me.
Oh, yeah. So Ulfar, this creature leaps over you, lands here as it faces Seraphina. It is going to lash out at you, Ulfar, with its tail whip. Okay. And I'm just making straight rolls now. That is going to be a 24 to hit.
That will hit.
16 bludgeoning damage.
Or Seraphina, it's hitting. Okay.
16 bludgeoning damage. I need a dex save, please.
16 damage and dex save. I've got no more advantages left. So, that's natural 20 for a 22.
Natural 20? All right. So you save. You only take half of this.
Okay.
You take 5 additional bludgeoning damage, but you maintain your footing.
Okay.
Seraphina, this thing is going to it's going to claw at you.
Oh man.
Oh, I rolled a 19. That's going to hit you. That's going to be 15 slashing damage as it rakes its claws across your back.
I would like to uncanny dodge that
Okay.
and take half.
And I'm going to use my reaction to attack him.
Do it.
Because I can do that. I can do this.
Yeah, what you have a feat, don't you, that allows you to do that?
I have called Brace. Yeah, he's in within range.
Oh,
so
yeah.
means I
It's
can hit
a
him.
Battle Master feature. All right.
That's going to be a 25 to hit.
That, my friend, will hit.
Okay, so he's going to take 6 point. And on the wait a minute, I need to add superiority die. So it's going to be 11 points of piercing damage,
Oh my god, okay.
and that's going to be 9 points of poison damage as I'm just like into his back.
Oh my god. This guy is essentially one hit away from going down, as far as I can tell.
That's it. That's
So that
my
is
reaction burned.
it did that, it did that. It's got one more attack.
Is it coming for me?
It is
just
going
attacked
to unleash an icy roar. Each creature within 15-foot cube originating from the Frostfang, which is both Seraphina and Ulfar. As you hit it with that massive hit, and it's so close to death, it just unleashes this blood-curdling roar. I need you both to make con saves. Seraphina, you definitely want to save here. Well, you're flying though. You
18.
yeah, you're flying. That's good.
That's an 8 from me.
All right, so Ulfar, you take a total of 6 thunder damage, and you are pushed 10 feet back. You kind of end up back here. And Seraphina,
Okay.
you rolled high, so you take 3 thunder damage, and you are not pushed.
So as that damage hits me, you see Ulfar's just like broken body just fly and hit the wall. He's down. 0 hit
Oh,
points.
no.
Oh, Ulfar is down. Luckily, that's the end of its turn. Seraphina, it's your turn. What do you want to do?
Well, with Shiv no longer there, Ulfar no longer there, that means I don't get sneak attack. Which is very disappointing. But
You size this creature up, and it looks like it's about ready to fall over.
I'm
it
gonna
is-
green flame blade attack it.
There we go. There we
with
go.
my short sword.
There we go. Let's do this.
Come on. Does 18 hit?
Yeah. 18 meets the armor class of this thing.
Okay, so it's only a 1 damage. So that's 4 regular damage, and
Okay.
then I get hold on, a green flame damage to it. Okay, so that's another 4, so that's 8.
8
So
damage.
It's 8 fire and 4 regular.
Almost like in slow motion, John Woo style, you plunge your blade into this creature, and there's this green arcane energy that envelops it as it shakes. The whole ceiling shakes, and ice parts come down, landing around you. The thing howls, one last gasp, falls to the ice to its knees, and then falls forward and lands face first in the ice. And you have killed the Frostfang.
Yay! I told you guys I would kill it! I killed it!
Uh-huh.
I look
My
back at
friend-
Elyndor. Elyndor looks at Seraphina, then looks back at Thrain and says, I think I know who killed it.
8 points of damage to it.
Right, exactly. With like 100 points of damage or whatever. at the
Hey,
end.
here's the good news, Thrain, is you're no longer frightened. So that's good. You
And
guys
I no
look
longer have to
around,
worry about wetting bed. It's all good.
wetting pantaloons. You look around the space and all is quiet. There's still these glowing sort of particles in the air in this chasm that float about. You look over at Ulfar, who is broken, bloodied, and unconscious against the wall. Do any of you have healing capabilities?
I still have some spells to give.
Do you give? Are you a giver?
Well, I'll bring Ulfar up.
Okay.
I'll start with Spare the Dying, and then throw some heals on him.
Okay. So you heal your companion, and all of you go over to the sarcophagus, and it takes the lot of you to move the stone lid, this heavy lid, and the sarcophagus is massive, as if it could have held 5 men, perhaps. You push it, it scratches with that stone on stone sound as the lid shifts, and you look inside. You don't see a corpse. You don't see a man. What you see is a strange, alien-looking weapon. A scimitar, which appears to be made of gold. It has arabesques and sigils etched into the blade in a decorative hilt. There's a single emerald set into the pommel. I would say, based on backstory elements, both Thrain and Elyndor know what this is. This is Greenswath, one of the blades of Korisk. And you, my friends, have found it. Possibly a portent of things to come. We will leave the rest of this story to the lore masters and the bards who might tell tales and sing songs about it, because we're running late. And we're going to go ahead and raid into our good friend, Lord Gazumba. But before we do that, my friends, I want to thank you so much for playing in this game, for signing up, for filling the table with great role play and action and amazing tactics. Thank you so much for being here. We're going to give away some loot here in just a minute. So if you want to get in on the giveaway, folks, ! drawing. We're giving away a $10 gift card from Troller Games. Thank you, Troller Games, for that great donation. Let's quickly go around the table here, the virtual tabletop. And let's start with Shiv. Shiv, tell us who you are, where we can find you, and all that good stuff.
Yeah. Hello, I'm Shiv. You can find me over at IOShiv, and you'll see me on this channel very, very soon, DMing. So watch this space.
Thank you so much, Shiv. I'm really looking forward to it. Shiv is going to be working with us as a DM for one of our fundraising games. We're going to be doing some fundraising for Games for Love in November, so stay tuned for that. Let's jump over to Ashley.
Hi, everybody. I'm Ashley, Minnesota Muse on Blue Sky and Minnesota Muse 99 on Threads. You can usually find me for our Tuesday Heroes of Greyhawk, which is taking a little bit of a break. It's coming back in November, so keep an eye out for that.
Thanks, Ashley. Let's jump over to Dennis, Phantom 491. So glad you were able to be in this game, my friend.
Hi, I'm Phantom 491, Dennis. You'll see me around at different Twitches, modding for some, like Phoenixy Wacky and a few others. One thing got coming up, if you're in the East Texas area, we've got Long Con coming up on Veterans Day weekend. I'm going to post a link in chat to it if anybody's interested. We'd be glad to have you. It's a little small con, about 200 people. Lots of gaming all weekend. Thank you very much for running.
Absolutely, my pleasure. And that is a great name for a gathering, the Long Con. I love that. Thank you so much, Dennis. You're welcome back at this table anytime, my friend. Let's jump over to the other Phantom, Phantom NJ.
Yes, so you can find me on my own channel, Phantom NJ. I've been trying to stream more often, usually on Thursdays for about an hour. On Monday nights, you can find me on Roll for Perception playing some Pathfinder 2E. On Thursday nights, you can find me on Rainbows and Razor Blades. Later night playing Dragonbane by Free League Publishing. And on Sunday mornings on Trollword Games channel, playing some Castles and Crusades. and I have more games that I'll be running myself soon coming up. So as soon as those, I think I'll be posting to social media.
Rob, thank you so much. I know you're very busy around con time, so I'm very thankful that you put this on your schedule. So thank you very much for that.
Dave, thanks for running a great game.
My pleasure. You all make it great. Thank you for that. And last but not least, let's jump over to Docshoulder.
Dave, great game. Thank you. Bob, Docshoulder. I'm lucky to play with Dave and Wiley every month or so. So that's starting in a couple weeks on Wiley's channel, and then on Friday nights with Rob and the crew on Blue Box channel. So again, thanks a lot for doing this.
Oh, my pleasure, you guys. This is a joy, and I love playing games with you. Part of the reason why I do this is to connect with people. And Virtual Greyhawk Con, just as a quick aside, was one of those events years ago when I joined in and got into some games where I met a bunch of great people, including some of the folks on the screen here, and I'm so happy I did. So if you're ever considering jumping in on a con game and you may be like thinking twice, just do it. It's great, and people are so supportive and fun. Hey Tim, great to see you. Thank you so much, you guys. Let's give away some loot here. We are giving away a $10 gift card to Trollord Games. So if you want to get in on that action, please type !drawing right now, because I'm about to hit the button that tells me who won.
Interesting note. Ashley was actually the first person from Guild Superior I got the game with.
Oh yeah,
Aw,
that's great.
She played in one of my con games. I think it was Virtual Greyhawk Con 2.
yeah. Well, it's like 2 years ago, I think.
And you still came back for more fun? Wow. Ashley, I'm impressed.
Some people like me.
Unbelievable. All right, look. I was going to say something cheeky like, I don't know, give me a intuition check or something of that nature. But instead, I'm going to hit this roll it button. We'll see who won this damn thing. Hey, Dennis, guess what, buddy? You just won the $10 gift card. And I know you're here because I can see you. So congratulations. You won, my friend. Very excited about that. Thanks to everybody who provided inspiration, including Anna B. Meyer, Greyhawk Mike, Lord Gazumba, and the rest of you guys. Thank you so much. I'm going to start this raid because I could talk and talk and talk, and we have things to do, places to be, people to see. Let's jump over, give Lord Gazumba some good old-fashioned Guild Superior love. We will see you all next time, my friends. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.